Here's something that really annoys me. If you pull up any random list of the greatest TV shows of all time from any major publication, there's one ridiculously successful ABC series that you will most likely never see included: General Hospital. I'm sure a lot of people don't see a problem with that. The continued success of General Hospital is an astounding achievement. It holds a record-breaking 16 Daytime Emmy Awards for Outstanding Drama Series, and at this point, it's one of the few soap operas remaining on network TV. But it is still a soap opera, meaning it represents a genre of television that is not often regarded with high esteem. The average soap certainly doesn't look like an impressive feat of filmmaking, given that the shows typically air new, fully scripted episodes most weekdays of the year. The near-constant release schedule means the production value for each episode is gonna be low. The scripts are rushed, the lighting is flat, and the actors' performances are hindered by the limited amount of takes they get to complete each scene.
Ellison, come outside for a minute.
If you're judging General Hospital based on the standards of shows like Breaking Bad or The Sopranos, then yeah, sure, it sucks. But the same could be said for a lot of shows that often do make lists of the greatest of all time, like Seinfeld or Saturday Night Live, because there are different standards of quality attached to different genres of TV or film. In most cases, that's something people grasp intuitively. No one is judging Cheers for not meeting the cinematic expectations of Game of Thrones. And clearly, General Hospital is meeting the expectations of its audience, otherwise it wouldn't still be airing 60 years after its debut. And yet sometimes, it doesn't even receive proper credit for that. In 2022, for example, Collider wrote a piece celebrating General Hospital's 15,000th episode, listing 9 fun facts about the show. The 8th is that it's the longest-running American soap opera on television, which is kind of like saying the Beatles are the highest-selling recording artist from Liverpool of all time. It's technically true, but with a very unnecessary qualifier. General Hospital is the longest-running American soap opera, sure. It's also the longest-running American series, period. And if it wasn't for the UK soap opera Coronation Street, it would be the longest-running scripted series in the world. But it is consistently referred to as the longest-running American soap opera because a lot of people seem to think of soap operas not as a distinct genre of TV, but as a separate medium altogether, something that doesn't count as real scripted television. For example, last year, Pop Sugar and Cosmopolitan both published lists of the longest-running TV shows of all time, and both made the bewildering decision to exclude all soap operas. Variety, for the record, did include soaps in their 2023 list of the longest-running TV shows, and they were also the only major publication that I could find that did name General Hospital in their list of greatest TV shows. So, shout out to the bad bitches writing listicles at Variety. I don't know why you guys have to keep picking up everybody else's slack, but thanks. But then also, fuck Variety for separate reasons. Now, Pop Sugar didn't provide any explanation for why this one genre of TV couldn't be included in their list. They just write, "Note, this list is limited to US TV shows and does not include soap operas, reality, or true crime shows." And alright, excluding reality TV and true crime makes some sense. That limits the article to just scripted TV, which some true crime might fit under, but not any of the longest running, so whatever. I can roll with that. If you put no limits on it, the list would have to include, news programs and stuff, so some exclusions are warranted, but Why soap operas? What is it about them that just doesn't count as real scripted television? Cosmopolitan kind of addresses their exclusion, saying, "For the sake of our collective sanity, all soap operas have been excluded from this list because when it comes to soap drama episode count, the limit does not exist." Now, first of all, what does episode count have to do with anything? The fact that soaps release multiple episodes per week does not make their decades on TV less impressive. But then the writer also makes a joke about the soaps they're excluding being older than the average cosmopolitan reader. And again, what does that have to do with anything? This is a list of the longest-running TV shows, is it not? It's not a list of the longest-running TV shows that have less than 30 episodes per season and started after the average cosmopolitan reader was born, which, let's be honest, was probably only about 15 years ago. I know they say their age demographic is 18 to 34, but come on. Most of the TV shows on this list are already older than the average cosmopolitan reader just by nature of the category. If the argument here is that there are so many soap operas that their inclusion would overrun the list, that still begs the question, why does that matter? It's not like they've spared themselves as much as 20 shows by excluding them. It's 7. 7 soap operas that should have been on this list, which is only 1 more than the amount of legal dramas and 2 more than the amount of cartoons, which are included. But Cosmo writes of soaps, "We can't confirm who exactly is watching or financing these shows," which is an insane thing to say. I don't know who the fuck is watching or financing Blue Bloods, but I'm minding my business about it. And more to the point, what? What do you mean? There are very few genres of television that have had their demographics as widely acknowledged as soap operas. We absolutely know who watches them. It's women. And we absolutely know who finances them. It's in the name. Soap opera, as in a show that is dramatic like an opera, and that is funded by companies that want to use that programming slot to advertise things to women with products such as soap. Other than the subscription element, it's not a totally dissimilar business model to something like, I don't know, Cosmopolitan Magazine. But here's where it gets really stupid, because you're never gonna guess what the last TV show mentioned on this list is. It's Dallas. That's a soap opera. It's just a soap opera that aired once a week instead of once every weekday. Why would that matter? And maybe most notably, it's a soap opera that aired on prime time, when the audience was less likely to be made up almost exclusively of housewives. Here's a fun little bit of history. You know how there are 2 televised Emmy Award ceremonies? The primetime and the daytime Emmys? There didn't used to be. From 1949 until 1974, the primetime Emmys were just the Emmys, and they didn't really pay much attention to whatever was happening on TV until about 7 p.m. And why would they? Most hardworking men weren't home watching TV until the early evening. Daytime programming was just what their wives watched while folding the laundry or something. It's not real entertainment. It's not real art. Why give awards to that? Well, because some of those shows were pretty popular. A lot of people were watching them. Women do count as people, even back then. And no matter what you consider the overall quality of the programming to be, certainly a lot of people worked hard to make them. Maybe it wouldn't be too much to ask for the Academy to at least take those shows into consideration. So in the late 60s, the Emmy started introducing a few daytime TV categories, usually about 2 per year. One for the programs themselves, and one for the individuals working on the programs. In 1968, they debuted the category Outstanding Achievement in Daytime Programming Individuals. It was already a mess of a bracket that could theoretically nominate anyone who worked in daytime TV, whether that be an actor, a set decorator, a camera person, anybody. And still, even with that broad a classification, that year, only 3 people were nominated, and nobody won. The Academy thought none of the nominees were deserving of their precious award, so they refused to pick a winner, which at the time was allowed. Similar things would happen multiple times over the next few years, until enough people working in daytime TV, especially on soap operas, got so pissed off that they demanded they have their own ceremony, and the Daytime Emmys were born. To this day, nobody really cares about them, but they do exist. And year after year after year after year, General Hospital sweeps in its categories. Cosmopolitan deciding that soap operas don't count as real TV for some bullshit arbitrary reasons, except for when they do count, like with Dallas, isn't just an isolated act of stupidity. It's a representation of a larger problem in how media specifically aimed at women is often assessed. Which is, again, ironic because Cosmo is media aimed at women. Outside of any particular listicle, Dallas generally gets more recognition as a vital part of television history than your average soap opera. It's not because it was more progressive in its actual content. It took a lot of its basic formatting from pre-existing soaps. But unlike other soaps, Dallas appealed to a wider audience than just housewives and stay-at-home moms. Part of that is because its evening time slot allowed more people who weren't home during the day to watch it. But the series also actively took a more masculine perspective, to the point that it actually started to piss off some of its actors. Victoria Principal told Texas Monthly in 2018, "The show became so successful that everyone at the top, the showrunners who were all men and those who ran the network who were all men, did not want to risk the formula they felt was working. More and more of the emphasis was on men, and the women became more and more secondary. It was very frustrating to me as an actress, as a person, as a woman." Fellow Dallas actress Linda Gray also claimed that showrunners intentionally prevented female cast members from taking more active roles in the series creatively, saying, "When I was renegotiating my contract for seasons 9 and 10, I went into producer Leonard Katzman's office and told him I didn't want any more money. I only wanted to direct one episode. And even though 2 male actors on the show had directed plenty, Leonard said he'd rather fire me than have me direct. His reasoning was that if Linda gets to direct, then the other women will want to direct too." I'm not trying to take anything away from Dallas's legacy. It was an important show that invented cliffhangers or whatever. But undoubtedly, one of Dallas's greatest accomplishments was taking a female-centric genre and further popularizing it by making it less friendly to a female audience, and apparently female cast members too. A few years ago, Drew Gooden uploaded a video onto this very website called "The Best Show That No One Talks About Anymore." It was about another ridiculously successful ABC series, the hit 2004 mystery drama Lost.
For a couple years in the mid-2000s, Lost was the biggest cultural phenomenon in America. Everyone was talking about it, all the late-night shows were doing bits about it, and it was widely considered to be must-see television, until a lot of people started to turn on it.
Put a pin in that point about Lost being the biggest cultural phenomenon in America, and let's first assess the title of this video. Is Lost the best show that no one talks about anymore? Well, on lists of the greatest TV shows of all time, Lost is named at 35 for Rolling Stone, 32 for Variety, 27 for the Writers Guild of America West, 25 for Watch Mojo, 16 for Screen Rant, 13 for Empire Online, 8 for IGN, etc., while last year Collider named it the 18th best show according to Reddit, and Business Insider said it was one of the 24 best shows of all time according to fans. So one of the best shows, Lost may be. But just based off its inclusion in all those lists, can we really say that no one talks about it anymore? Not really. In fact, in a lot of those articles, Lost is mentioned in the blurbs of other TV shows, and in several, it's named in the intros. I'm not saying that Drew Gooden's video was wrong. I mean, the title is technically incorrect, but it's hyperbole. He obviously didn't mean that absolutely no one talks about Lost anymore. The video is really about how people's memories of the ending of Lost has kind of tainted its legacy and led to folks not giving it its proper respect as an influential show of the mid-2000s. That is a totally reasonable thesis, and it is a good video. But it is kind of funny to hear someone say that no one talks about a particular show anymore, when that show is talked about so much more frequently and with so much more respect than the one that aired 1 hour after it on the same night for the same network and was wildly more popular at the time. So let's unpin that pin and talk about the claim that Lost was the biggest cultural phenomenon in America when it aired. Obviously, how big of a phenomenon something is kind of an impossible thing to definitively measure, especially in retrospect. But from all the ratings reports and empirical data we can collect, I don't think that evidence points to Lost even being the biggest cultural phenomenon on ABC during that era. The biggest series on the network at the time was Desperate Housewives, a show that pulled in millions more viewers than Lost for every single season of each series, won and was nominated for more awards while both shows were airing, and had an observably larger impact on ABC's later programming. And still, despite that, in all those listicles I just showed that named Lost as one of the greatest TV shows of all time, Desperate Housewives was neither mentioned nor included in a single one. Not even Variety. I bring that up not because I think those types of articles should be taken seriously as media criticism themselves, but because they do more or less represent the consensus of media critics for what TV shows should be taken seriously as contributors to the TV canon. And okay, part of the reason that Lost is discussed more today is that it's probably a better show. I've never watched it, but I'm willing to bet it holds up better than Desperate Housewives, or is at least more consistent in its quality. But whether or not Lost is ostensibly a better series in quality, does it have the lasting impact that Desperate Housewives does? Like with the scale of a cultural phenomenon, cultural influence is an impossible thing to definitively measure, but there are a few data points that should be acknowledged. Both shows helped rescue ABC from the steadily declining viewership it had been facing years prior. Desperate more so since it did have better ratings overall, but even that I don't think is as important as the fact that, far more than Lost, Desperate Housewives' success helped shape ABC's identity as a network in the 2000s, especially by encouraging its programming to become more women-centric. The demographics of primetime TV already skews female, not as dominantly as with daytime TV, but on average, women watch more TV than men all day. And in the 2010s, ABC had the bitches on lock, with shows like Grey's Anatomy, Ugly Betty, Nashville, Scandal, etc., to the point that in the year of Desperate Housewives' finale, the 5 most popular shows on TV with women were all on ABC. The network's success with female viewers was due in part to the fact that most of ABC's sports coverage was moved to ESPN in the mid-2000s. But even that decision was largely based around the success of Desperate Housewives. See, from 1970 until 2005, ABC had the exclusive rights to Monday Night Football, a program that, despite its popularity with men ages 18 to 49, was declining in viewership by the early aughts and had been for a while. A big problem was the late start time of the games, especially on the East Coast. The NFL would be able to switch games around and adapt start times easier on a Friday or the weekend compared to a Monday through Thursday weekday, which has a pretty locked-in broadcast schedule for most networks. They needed to switch Monday Night Football off of a weekday, but TV ratings for Friday and Saturday are piss poor. No one wants to air on those days. Sunday was the obvious choice. The problem for ABC was, that's the night Desperate Housewives aired. Lost too, to be fair, but by a substantial margin. Desperate Housewives was the network's highest-rated scripted series and would remain so 5 years in a row. In every news report from the time, that was the series consistently brought up as the reason that ABC wouldn't even make a bid on Sunday Night Football. ESPN had been airing Sunday Night Football since 1987, but since they're a subscription-based cable channel, ratings don't matter as much for them as they do for ABC, since they're not getting paid exclusively by advertisers. So in 2005, Sunday Night Football moved to NBC, and Monday Night Football went to ESPN. The sports part of this doesn't really matter. The point is that ABC let one of their longest-running and most iconic programs go, consciously letting a lot of their male viewership exit along with it, just to keep Desperate Housewives airing on Sunday nights. We can't say for certain what the TV landscape would look like without the impact of any specific show. Would the 100 exist without Lost? I don't know. Would Big Little Lies exist without Desperate Housewives? I also don't know. But more than a lot of shows that are still more a part of the public consciousness than it, Desperate Housewives has inspired a direct lineage of TV that is absolutely insane in its magnitude. I mean, from 2006 to 2015, the series was remade 5 times in different countries. And if you've ever watched Pretty Little Liars, a show with 2 international versions of its own, along with 3 spin-offs, thank Desperate Housewives. The decision to turn the Pretty Little Liars book series into a teen drama for ABC Family, Freeform, was a deliberate attempt to replicate the success of Desperate Housewives for a younger audience. The show's instant success led many people to believe it was going to usher in a new era of scripted shows, effectively ending the early 2000s rise in reality TV.
And in the end, Botox or not, all that really matters is that you're watching us instead of Rebel Billionaire. In fact, we're the #1 show now. Oh, I may be dead, but apparently I took reality television with me. And good riddance to both of us.
Makes it all the funnier that the biggest contribution Desperate Housewives has made to the TV canon to date is not a scripted series. It is, in fact, a massive reality TV franchise that you might have heard of called The Real Housewives.
I know that I need to move on, and I will. But it's hard for me to sit there and pretend like everything's great and hunky-dory when it's not.
Who is hunky-dory?
A franchise that to date encompasses 12 American installments, 27 international installments, and at least 27 American spin-offs. From what I've just listed, there are 77 shows minimum that would not exist without Desperate Housewives. And that doesn't even include all the other shows like Big Little Lies or Scandal that only probably wouldn't exist without it. The Real Housewives and other reality programs like it are typically taken about as seriously as soap operas have been historically. That is to say, not very much. And like soap operas, The Real Housewives has provoked plenty of criticism, especially for its portrayals of women. Fitness influencer Jillian Michaels once subtly hinted toward her feelings on the Real Housewives franchise, telling Life in Style in 2018, "I hate that shit. I never watch it. I hate watching women tear each other apart. Anybody who watches it, shame on you. It's like the franchise was created by someone that hates women." Now, personally, if I were Jillian Michaels, I probably wouldn't be commenting on the ethics of another person's reality series, glass houses and whatnot. But while The Real Housewives isn't necessarily a feminist franchise, I wouldn't say it's particularly anti-woman just because the women on the show sometimes fight with one another. Like, have you met women before? They do sometimes fight one another. And sure, there's plenty of producer meddling and manipulative edits on those shows, but for the most part, when you watch The Real Housewives, you're watching real women be what real women are. Messy, problematic, and complicated. In 2018, Emily Nussbaum wrote a piece for The New Yorker calling Sex and the City's Carrie Bradshaw the first female anti-hero on television, comparing her to characters like Breaking Bad's Walter White and The Sopranos' Tony Soprano. But Walter White and Tony Soprano killed people? Carrie Bradshaw just cheated on her boyfriend and bought too many shoes. And still, even from each show's respective fan bases, I'd say Carrie is the most hated character of those three. Watch Mojo has a video on their channel called Top 10 Worst Things Tony Soprano Ever Did, along with another in the same format for Walter White, while Ms. Mojo has a video called Top 10 Reasons Carrie Bradshaw Was the Worst. You notice the difference in framing there? The terrible things male characters do are spoken about as individual actions, whereas the terrible things that female characters do are spoken about as if those things define their entire personhood. It's hard for women to keep an audience on their side while occasionally being seen as unlikable, but that is what Desperate Housewives managed to do for its characters. It embroiled its female leads in all sorts of messy plotlines in which women are pushed to make morally dubious decisions, then prevail as characters the show's audience continued to root for. It helped that the show was really well written and produced. Desperate Housewives was an elevated soap opera, melodramatic to the point of absurdity, but more cinematically sophisticated than anything on daytime TV, or Dallas for that matter. There was better lighting, better set design, better acting. The series' theme was even scored by legendary film composer Danny Elfman, who is a horrible person, allegedly, but who did still score the greatest film of all time, Spider-Man 2. Elfman is mostly known for his work on Tim Burton projects, which often evoke a spooky yet quirky and cartoonish vibe. That style works well against the dark satirical tone of Desperate Housewives and its explorations of suburbia's gloomy underside. And though Elfman only did the series' intro, something he earned his first Emmy for, his theme set the tone for the rest of the series' soundtrack, primarily composed by Steve Jablonsky. It makes the perfect backdrop for the show's self-aware, ironic writing, as the series presents a black comedy sense of humor that I don't think would be found so prominently on network TV again until the premiere of the also campy Glee 5 years later.
I think that you and I are a little bit more similar than you think.
That's a terrible thing to say.
In many ways, Desperate Housewives was ahead of its time. In others, it hasn't aged well. There is a pretty big statutory rape problem on the series, for instance. The most obvious example is when one of the main characters, Gabby, a former supermodel in her late 20s, is shown in season 1 having an affair with her gardener, John, who is either a junior or senior in high school.
Got tons of homework tonight. It's always easier to concentrate after sex.
Well, I'm glad I could help. Education is very important.
It is really gross. And while their relationship is never romanticized, it is acknowledged that Gabby is doing something wrong being with John, which at least makes it better than its adolescent successor series, Pretty Little Liars. The fact that Gabby was cheating on her husband is treated as a bigger deal on the show than the fact that she was cheating on him with a minor. And alright, the show is a self-aware, self-satirical soap opera. To properly appreciate it, you have to look at all the characters' actions through a melodramatic lens and let the irreverent tone sort of soften the consequences of all their worst behaviors. The statutory stuff gets bad, but the writers at least seem aware that that's the terrain they've entered. To an extent, other decisions made in the writing room are less knowingly provocative and more just plain offensive. For example, though two main characters on Desperate Housewives are Latino, season 1 received backlash early on for the otherwise overwhelming whiteness of the cast. The writer's solution to this? Introduce Wisteria Lane's first black family, the Applewhites, then make them the primary villains of season 2, where far more than any other Fairview household, the Applewhites' plotlines are literally segregated from other characters. Everyone on Wisteria Lane is doing weird shit all the time. The Applewhites are just the one family doing weird shit over there, away from everybody else. Now, there is a plot explanation for why the family barely mingles with their neighbors. See, if they ever let anybody get too close, someone might find out that Mrs. Applewhite keeps her developmentally disabled son chained up in a basement out of fear that if he were able to walk around town, he would present a physical danger to innocent young women. Yeah, so the Applewhite storyline manages to be both racist and ableist at the same time, and still, none of that was as uncomfortable to watch as another Season 2 plotline, which involved Gabby and her husband Carlos's Chinese immigrant maid, who becomes the surrogate mother of their unborn child.
The agent said that if you were pregnant with an American citizen, then they couldn't deport you.
So we thought, you need a baby in your belly, we need a surrogate. Win, win, win.
It gets really, really bad. It's not really surprising, though, that the show frequently botched plotlines involving race. It in fact kind of seems like a natural byproduct of Desperate Housewives' behind-the-scenes environment. Season 1 writer Patty Lynn wrote in a recent memoir that when she was hired to the series, she was the only person of color working on a writer's staff of 10 people, and she never experienced overt racism until she met series showrunner Mark Cherry. The actor who played Carlos, Ricardo Antonio Trevira, has also spoken about experiencing and/or witnessing racist discrimination during his time on Desperate Housewives. When his former co-star Felicity Huffman received a 14-day prison sentence for her role in the 2019 college admissions scandal, we'll come back to it, he tweeted that he thought the punishment was a slap on the wrist and a result of white privilege, writing, "Accountability and responsibility don't mean shit to these people. I saw 8 years worth of it working on Housewives." But the fact that Desperate Housewives was not the funnest program to work on for everyone was not a well-kept secret, even or especially while it was airing. In 2010, actress Nicolette Sheridan, who played Edie on the show, filed a lawsuit against ABC, Disney, Touchstone, and Mark Cherry, alleging wrongful termination after her character was killed off. She claimed that on September 24, 2008, Mark hit her on the head in a fit of rage, though he claims he only tapped her to demonstrate what he wanted her to do in the scene they were shooting. Nicolette never took the matter to ABC, citing fear of retaliation, but she did tell other people about it, prompting the story to wind up in a report from the National Enquirer in October of 2008. The media spectacle around the alleged incident then triggered ABC to launch a speedy investigation, which quickly exonerated Mark. Reporting on the lawsuit in 2012, the Daily Beast called the investigation a seemingly lazy effort that amounted to what appears to be an exercise in Hollywood taking care of its own. Nicolette's character was killed off shortly after, which she and her attorney characterized as retaliatory, but it's very hard to say if it was. Different people learned of the plans for her character's death at different times. There's no firm consensus on when Mark and the other writers settled on the decision to kill Edie, but it appears discussions started as early as May of 2008, so before any alleged hitting incident. Regardless, the lawsuit exposed a lot of unflattering details about what working on the set of Desperate Housewives was like. According to Nicolette's claims, fellow Desperate Housewives actor Terry Hatcher once complained about Mark's behavior to ABC executives directly, prompting Mark to say in front of Nicolette, "I hope Terry Hatcher gets hit by a car and dies." Terry still joined her co-stars Eva Longoria, Felicity Huffman, and Marcia Cross in their public support of Mark during the suit, however. And Mark told a court in 2012 that Nicolette once called Terry the meanest woman in the world after he intervened in a fight between the two on set. Mark used that as an example of Nicolette's unprofessionalism, which he said is partially what motivated his decision to not renew Nicolette's contract. But if hating Terry Hatcher was a fireable offense, most of Desperate Housewives cast would have been gone by season 2. While the series was airing, reports of feuds among the on-screen housewives became a 2000s tabloid staple, with most headlining stories casting Terry Hatcher as a bully and a diva.
Did Terry try to steal the thunder from the other ladies of Wisteria Lane? It was supposed to be a beautiful photo shoot for Vanity Fair, but things turned ugly behind the scenes.
The Vanity Fair story got so big, it was later parodied on Saturday Night Live, where another Desperate Housewives star played her own alleged bully.
Hi, Mark. I'm Terry Hatcher. I'm so excited to be photographed by you. Ready when you are.
I thought we'd wait for the other ladies.
Have it your way.
Even Patty Lynn, who only worked on the show during season 1, indicated in her book that writers weren't supposed to look Terry in the eye during table reads. And according to something written by Mark Cherry in 2019, it appears that by season 7, Terry also refused to speak to even her fellow cast members when the cameras weren't rolling. After the final episode of the series wrapped, news reports emerged that all the main stars, Marcia, Eva, Felicity, and the newly added lead Vanessa Williams, organized a parting gift for the crew and deliberately left Terry's name off the card. But when drama wasn't emitting from the Desperate Housewives set directly, it was being stoked by the media storm constantly brewing around it. In 2005, when Eva Longoria became the only actress on the show to be snubbed for Emmy and Golden Globe nominations, she was depicted as an outcast amongst the rest of the women.
I just, wanted to check in with you because I know that the whole controversy of not being nominated and how are you feeling about that whole thing?
It's fine. It's fine. A lot of us are nominated. I'm not nominated, but it's fine.
But you feel like you're treated the same as everyone else?
Yes. Yeah. I am treated no differently than the other girls.
Yeah. Great. All right.
What is the secret to success on television?
Adultery with the gardener.
Flirting with the pharmacist? Sexually explicit car washing?
Popping pills.
And that was just in the limo on the way over here.
Wait, you got a limo?
Yeah.
The world had become obsessed with the series, not just as a hit TV show, but as a source of actual scandal, where some controversies were notably less valid than others. The American Family Association, for instance, the Christian conservative group that once encouraged all God-loving Americans to boycott a 17-year-old Britney Spears, claimed in 2004 to have successfully pressured several advertisers to stop supporting the show's depiction of housewifery as unfulfilling, saying, "Our objection to Desperate Housewives is that it normalizes in society that it's okay for women to be unfaithful to their husbands, that open discussion of intimate details between individuals is open for girl talk, for lack of a better phrase." The backlash from far-right religious groups was enough to spook a few advertisers into pledging that they would never advertise during Desperate Housewives' time slot, with boycotting companies including Tyson, Kellogg's, and Lowe's Home Improvement Store. By August of 2005, Mary Kay had pulled its sponsorship of the series as well, prompting celebration from the AFA, who put out the statement, "Mary Kay's philosophy, God first, family second, and career third, is what has drawn countless women to the company in the first place. We are happy to see Mary Kay disassociate itself from such a wretched show." Plenty of other brands, though, were more than willing to cash in on the success of Desperate Housewives and the rising star of its leads. Eva Longoria, who had barely any credits to her name prior to Desperate Housewives, became the face of L'Oreal Paris, a cosmetics brand previously fronted by Heather Locklear, Jennifer Aniston, and Beyoncé, 6 months after the series premiered and launched her into superstardom. Terry Hatcher, who'd already done loads of commercials for Radio Shack and other brands in the 90s and early 2000s, also moved to star in multiple beauty campaigns following Desperate Housewives' sudden success. First through her work with Clairol starting in 2005, then with more niche products like the Hydroderm Lip Plumper. The Hydroderm deal fell apart though when Terry was caught talking up a rival lip plumping product, prompting her to be sued by Hydroderm for breach of contract, with the lawsuit stating, "Hatcher's name, image, and likeness have been linked to so many competitors' products that it is anyone's guess as to what product keeps her skin and lips youthful." Felicity Huffman seldom signed on to any major endorsement deals, but Marcia Cross jumped on the advertising bandwagon alongside her desperate co-stars, becoming the face for all kinds of products.
A rich texture you could only dream of. Go red.
Cue Rooster. The Rooster by Albert Bartlett, the red-skinned potato that bakes, roasts, chips, and much, much more.
Most of which were food-related.
You want me to be the face of potatoes?
General Desperate Housewives merch was churned out regularly throughout the 2000s and 2010s. There have been dolls, an official cookbook, which I own, at least 2 separate lines of fragrances, one with a scent for each of the main housewives, a board game, and multiple video games, including a mobile app released 5 years after the series finale. But advertising was often a point of contention within Desperate Housewives discourse. The show became a marketing juggernaut known for its suggestive promo campaigns, which the AFA complained aired sexually explicit TV commercials, quote, without warning at all times of the day and night, saying, matters that should be between adults are now openly shown and discussed on free broadcast television. Unfortunately for the AFA, the constant conversations around the series only increased its popularity. And when ABC wasn't using sex appeal to sell Desperate Housewives, it was getting showboaty about how successful its new primetime soap had become, even with men.
I'm so sad Gabby lost her baby.
I wish Mike would get back with Susan. They're so good together.
I am so worried about Maureen. She's really been hitting the bottle.
I still can't believe Lynette went back to work. She's missing such an important time in her kids' lives.
Edie needs to settle down and stop fooling around.
Get in the game. All new Desperate Housewives next Sunday, 9/8 Central, only on ABC.
The network tried to make its new hit series a commercial asset to its other programming as well, namely the flailing Monday Night Football, which had yet to be moved to ESPN. On November 15, 2004, a skit that showed the Housewives character Edie seducing football player Terrell Owens in the Eagles' locker room aired ahead of the Monday night game.
Will you stop it? All of Philadelphia is counting on you.
Well, I can't help myself. I love you, T.O.
Then how about you tell me what's buried underneath that pool?
It pissed a lot of people off. Kinda. Senator John McCain called it a disgrace during a congressional hearing. The NFL deemed the skit inappropriate and unsuitable for its audience, prompting an apology from ABC. And Dan Rooney, owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, compared it unfavorably to Janet Jackson's nip slip from earlier that year, saying, "It's inconceivable. The Janet Jackson thing was bad. This was worse." FCC Chairman Michael Powell promised to make a federal case out of the issue. Unfortunately for the FCC, the American public didn't really care that much. The agency was only able to produce a little under 2,000 complaints against the skit, about 48,000 less than were sent in the week after Nipplegate. And not all of those 2,000 complaints were actually complaining about the skit itself. A 2005 report from ESPN estimates that roughly 2/3 of all comments sent to the FCC during the Desperate Housewives debacle were explicitly political, with about half urging the commission to tighten restrictions on all network broadcasts and the other half voicing opposition to the FCC's efforts to censor network TV. According to the article, many complaints were merely astroturfed responses, created around the templates of various different interest groups. Only about a third seemed upset about the skit specifically, and their reasonings varied from thinking it was too suggestive for its 9 p.m. East Coast, 6 p.m. West Coast time slot, objecting to Edie's donning of a crucifix in an otherwise non-Christian scene, and taking issue with the interracial pairing of Terrell Owens and Nicolette Sheridan. Like anything that gets so popular with so many people, especially women, there was always a great deal of moral panic around Desperate Housewives, and at least some of it was well-intentioned. In the mid-2000s, for instance, the Desperate Housewives effect became a term referencing the supposed impact the show's popularity was having on adult women following a rise in the rate of women over 30 seeking treatment for eating disorders. And look, I'm not gonna defend the way that Desperate Housewives portrayed beauty standards or talked about women's bodies because it was often very bad.
So, Gabby, I have to ask, what the hell happened to you? Carlos might be blind, but the rest of us aren't.
I had 2 children.
For what? Breakfast?
Edie?
But that was pretty par for the course for that time. So I don't think you can isolate the series from the larger cultural problems that we were facing with 2000s media-enabled beauty standards. Despite what the Desperate Housewives effect implies, the series was almost certainly not the singular cause for more women developing eating disorders. It's not like the rates went down when it went off air. But the show was an easy scapegoat for the issue, in part because so many women were watching it. Like, I know this is hyperbolic, but by the late 2000s, it really felt like every woman in America was watching Desperate Housewives. Plotlines from the show became hot topics on The View.
I don't know whether you guys have been watching Desperate Housewives recently, but last Sunday, Lynette and her husband were talking about getting plastic surgery. He wants to get some lift and, fix the face up a little bit. He does.
Oprah dedicated a whole episode of her show to the series.
That's right, I'm the new neighbor on Wisteria. The news reports are true. I took an acting gig on Desperate Housewives. 30 million people are hooked on this Golden Globe-winning smash hit. I'm one of them every Sunday night. Every Sunday night.
Even the First Lady of the United States heavily referenced Desperate Housewives during the White House Correspondents' Dinner in 2005.
I am married to the President of the United States. And here's our typical evening. 9 o'clock. Mr. Excitement here is sound asleep. And I'm watching Desperate Housewives with Lynn Cheney.
This was a massive, massive program, and obviously it did have a majority female audience. But that majority was smaller than you might think, because about a month after its premiere, the series made headlines following the revelation that men made up about 40% of Desperate Housewives' viewership. People were confused by that, and understandably so. It wasn't just weird that so many men were watching a female-centric show, it was a little weird they were watching network TV at all. By the 2000s, a lot of male viewership was getting funneled toward cable with channels like ESPN, and many young men were abandoning TV completely, instead making video games and internet browsing their primary source of at-home entertainment. And yet, in that first month, Desperate Housewives was the second highest rated network program for men ages 18 to 39, behind only Monday Night Football. So where were all these dudes coming from? Well, a decent portion probably were just carryover from Lost, the show that aired an hour before and had a 2-week head start to grow its audience. That can't account for all the men watching Desperate Housewives, given that there were more of them than were watching Lost. But surely it could account for some of that male audience. For the rest, there were a few theories. In 2006, Welcome to Wisteria Lane, one of the multiple books of essays inspired by Desperate Housewives, was released, and in it, writer Sarah Zettel proposes that the reason male viewership for the series was so high was that the men watching it identified with the female main characters' husbands. And
Tanaka expects everyone to bring their wives.
Every time I'm around that man, he tries to grab my ass.
I made over $200,000 doing business with him last year. If he wants to grab your ass, you let him.
I hope not. I could see that argument more for later seasons when the men get a little bit more development. But in season 1, the guys just kind of suck, and they're not a focus of the series at all. I feel like the first few episodes wouldn't even pass a reverse Bechdel test. And besides, middle-class heterosexual dudes weren't really lacking for representation on TV in 2004. Those men didn't need to watch Desperate Housewives to find male characters they could relate to. There were plenty of other programs for that. Another explanation was that the men were attracted to the series because it was a quote-unquote babe show, meaning men watched Desperate Housewives because the women on it were hot. Again, doesn't really seem like a unique feature of the series. There's hot women everywhere, especially on TV. And anyway, Eva Longoria's character is the only one of the main cast to be explicitly sexualized. The other women on the show were conventionally attractive, sure, but I don't think anyone was tuning in to see Felicity Huffman at her sexiest, and Marcia Cross's early costuming doesn't really scream male gaze either. Another explanation was that maybe men were watching the series with their wives or girlfriends. You know, they were just like in the room while the women of their households enjoyed it, and so they got counted in Nielsen surveys that way. But again, doesn't really explain why this particular show had such a high rate of male viewership. If those men were only watching it because their girlfriends or wives liked it, surely that wasn't the only show their girlfriends or wives were watching. But maybe you've caught on to a trend with these various theories. They all seem to be making some pretty big assumptions about the type of men that were being drawn to Desperate Housewives. That they identify with the husbands of the series' female leads. That they like to ogle attractive women. That they watch TV with their girlfriends or wives. Perhaps there was another potential factor accounting for at least a small chunk of that 40% that the good people of 2004 kind of overlooked.
Hi, I'm Lee.
I just wanted to say hi. You know, I saw the movers taking in some of your furniture, and I just have to say, you and your wife have gorgeous taste.
You smell? Like you wouldn't believe.
I'm Susan. I live next door.
Oh, hi. I'm Lee's partner, Bob.
Oh, you're partners. What kind of business?
There's a campy nature to Desperate Housewives that unsurprisingly attracted a lot of queer viewers, even early on. Mark Cherry said at Outfest in 2005 in reference to a scene with Eva Longoria in episode 1, "The moment you put a woman in an evening gown mowing the lawn, it's just gay." Even beyond the campy aesthetics, though, the series is just incredibly gay. Gay even by today's standards for a primetime network TV, but especially for 2004. The amount of queer characters was kind of unprecedented for the time. There were gay main characters, gay recurring characters, gay one-off side characters, a lot of cis, white, gay, male characters. There's one trans prostitute on screen for about 90 seconds in season 3. I'm not sure it's the most ideal representation, but it is a very cute scene. There aren't any non-binary or genderqueer characters, unless you count the time Andrew dressed as Cher for Halloween. And while it could be argued that certain characters are bi or pan, I don't think the writing totally supports those theories, nor do I think there's an argument for the series containing any sort of ace representation. But by far, the most glaring exclusion is the lack of sapphic desire being presented on screen. In all 8 seasons with a main cast of women, there is only one prominent lesbian storyline, and it lasts about 2 episodes before that character leaves the show for good, then reappears in the finale claiming the whole thing was just a phase. Returned in the finale, when there were no plans to pair that character up with anybody else. No reason for them to even write that in the script other than just to be like, hey, remember how Catherine's a lesbian now? No, she's not. But Desperate Housewives wasn't an overtly queer show because the writers were trying to make a diverse program. They weren't. Male queerness was just normalized in the writing because Mark Cherry, the series creator and showrunner, was himself a gay man. And the success or failure of Desperate Housewives plotlines was always somewhat rooted in Mark Cherry's connection to the writing. That's where the original concept for the show came from. A real-life conversation that Mark Cherry had with his real-life housewife mother, Martha.
We were watching coverage of the Andrea Yates trial, for those of you who don't remember the woman in Texas who drowned all her children. And I'm sitting there on my mom's sofa, and she's smoking a cigarette, and I'm sitting there, and I turned to her and I said, gosh, can you imagine a woman being so desperate that she would hurt her own children? And my mom took her cigarette out of her mouth and went, I've been there. And I said, what? I was stunned. I had always seen my mother as the perfect wife and mother, a woman who aspired to nothing more than to be a wife and mother. So to find out that that life had caused her pain was a complete epiphany. And I said, Well, good heavens, if you've had moments of desperation in those years, every woman's had them, because you wanted that life. And so I thought, well, good heavens, no one's ever really written about that aspect of female existence. You know, you get the life you want and it still makes you crazy. And so I thought, well, I have to write about this. And so that was the base. I always say, you know, with Desperate, I really built that house well because it was built on a foundation of, I had something to say about the experience of women. And then when I formed my characters, I made sure that they were all desperate for different reasons, and the reason they were desperate was what told us who they were.
Desperate Housewives opens with the suicide of Wisteria Lane resident Mary Alice Young. Her death sends shockwaves through her community, the members of which had never considered Mary Alice to be so troubled and unhappy that she would take her own life. But as viewers would discover by the end of the first season, it wasn't the only life she'd taken. Prior to episode 1, Mary Alice stabbed a woman named Deirdre to death, then stuffed Deirdre's body into her son's toy chest, which she buried beneath the in-ground swimming pool in her backyard. Obviously, not a cool thing for her to do, and murder is wrong. But Mary Alice isn't framed as an unsympathetic character. It's her disembodied voice that guides the rest of the series as a mostly reliable, albeit mysterious narrator.
An odd thing happens when we die. Our senses vanish. Taste, touch, smell, and sound become a distant memory. But our sight? Our sight expands.
You're not supposed to distrust this clearly untrustworthy woman. You're supposed to understand her. See, Deirdre was trying to take Mary Alice's child away. And yeah, it was a child that Mary Alice sort of stole from Deirdre to begin with, but only sort of. When the kid was still an infant, Deirdre sold him to Mary Alice for drug money, then about 3 years later decided that that was a mistake and tracked Mary Alice's family down to get her baby back. And to Mary Alice's point, though I am against the buying and selling of children as a general rule, if you've already done it, there's no takes backsies. Plus, in the scene in which Deirdre confronts Mary Alice, Deirdre does strike Mary Alice's husband with a fire poker, so there was reason to consider her violent. I can't really show much of that scene because YouTube gets touchy about realistic depictions of murder, but I'll just tell you, Deirdre wasn't physically attacking anyone when she was killed, but she was moving toward the child's room. What Mary Alice did was not an act of self-defense, it was an act of desperation. Get it? It's like the name of the show. Her husband Paul might be a psychopath. Her son Zach turns out to be an unlikable little freak too, but Mary Alice isn't guilty by association with them. In the eyes of the script, she's barely even guilty for the crime she herself committed, which is kind of the bedrock of Desperate Housewives. These women do unambiguously bad shit. Not Carrie Bradshaw level bad, but serious felonies that should put them in prison. All while the surrounding show never portrays their main characters as irredeemable people. The fact that these hideous deeds are always set against the backdrop of domesticity then makes the crimes being committed on screen meaningful as an allegory about what it feels like to be a mom or housewife, which the show's target audience probably had some thoughts about already.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am a desperate housewife. I mean, if those women on that show think they're desperate, they ought to be with George.
In 2019, Desperate Housewives actress Felicity Huffman became one of multiple public figures associated with what's now known as the Varsity Blues or college admissions scandal, where she and other wealthy parents attempted to use their money and influence to get their kids fraudulently accepted into several top American universities. Felicity was the most famous person publicly connected to the scandal, but she didn't become the face of it, at least not to the same degree as her fellow actress, Lori Loughlin, who was arrested the same day. Lori's image took a bigger hit than Felicity's for a few reasons. For one thing, her charges were a little worse. Felicity paid $15,000 to fake her daughter's SAT score and give her a better chance of being accepted into a big school. Lori paid about 30 times that amount, a whopping $500,000, and staged fake training photos to get 2 of her daughters admitted to the University of Southern California as members of the row team. a sport neither girl had ever played. It helps that Felicity also pled guilty to her charges a little sooner than Lori, and appeared more apologetic in public statements after the fact. But she had an advantage going into this scandal. If you know who Lori Loughlin is for any reason other than the college admissions scandal, you most likely know her as Aunt Becky from the 90s family sitcom Full House, where the most scandalous thing a main character does is befriend another teenager that smokes cigarettes. Problems are solved in the Full House universe through honesty, kindness, and an innate drive for fairness. Cheating your kid's way into college just isn't something that Aunt Becky would ever do. And we know that because it actually does come up on the show. In season 6, Uncle Jesse lies on his and Aunt Becky's kids' preschool application, and Becky comes clean to the admissions officer about it. That officer did decide to just let the whole thing slide and took it as evidence of how dedicated Jesse and Becky are as parents, so maybe Lori did learn the wrong lesson from that. But that fictional narrative still divulges quite a bit from real life, considering the real Lori Loughlin did not come clean. At least not at first. It took her over a year to enter a plea bargain, despite being caught pretty red-handed in the middle of an actual conspiracy for fraud. The public had to see Lori as something closer to what she really was. Not a morally righteous sitcom character who always does the right thing despite her temptations, but as a person with flaws and questionable moral integrity. Felicity Huffman's most famous role, on the other hand, is as Lynette Scavo on Desperate Housewives, where her character not only would lie her kids' way into a good school, she did do exactly that. In episode 5, Lynette and her husband Tom at first try lying about their twin sons' temperaments and intelligence to get them admitted into a good elementary school. But when that doesn't work, they donate $15,000 to the private school their kids then start attending. It's even the same amount of money that Felicity paid to fake her daughter's test scores, and with the same basic motivation. If audiences can understand why Lynette would resort to bribery to get her kids a good education, it's not hard to empathize with Felicity Huffman for doing the same thing.
It felt like I had to give my daughter a chance at a future. So it was sort of like my daughter's future, which meant I had to break the law. I know hindsight is 20/20, but it felt like I would be a bad mother if I didn't do it.
Even Gabrielle's affair with her gardener is understandable. The teenage thing is a gross stain on that plotline, but pretend she's sleeping with someone of an appropriate age and I'm on her side. Her husband sucks. He's abusive and selfish, and he treats his wife more like a possession than a human being. Given that Gabby quits her job as a model to marry Carlos, leaving her financially dependent on him to survive, it makes sense that she would feel trapped and unhappy enough to begin an affair, and the series shows you her motives for that betrayal right away.
So, do you love him?
I do.
Well, then why are we here? Why are we doing this?
Because I don't want to wake up one morning with a sudden urge to blow my brains out.
And then there's Susan, whose moral infractions include things like setting her neighbor's house on fire. An accident, technically, but while she's breaking in to see if her neighbor is having sex with a man that Susan thinks is cute, so still not an explanation that's gonna hold up in court. Or there's the time that Susan pretended to suffer from mysterious medical symptoms, then had to commit insurance fraud because she didn't have health insurance, just to spend more time at the hospital, where she could flirt with a man that she thought was cute. Susan doesn't do these things because she's a terrible person with no respect for boundaries or the law or the fact that other people need to use that hospital, Susan. She does them because... I guess because she's just like a pathetic person with no respect for boundaries or the law. Susan is the worst. And not in a Carrie Bradshaw way where she's flawed and human and complicated, and not even because she does the worst stuff. If you wrote out a list of all the terrible things each of the housewives does throughout the show, Gabby does way more morally reprehensible shit, and more often. But Gabby is just more likable. You understand her actions more than you ever understand Susan's because Gabby is a better written character. Her background makes more sense, the circumstances she finds herself in provoke more limited options for her behavior, and her character evolves more as the series progresses. Susan is just obnoxious and awful for little to no reason, and she never really improves on that. For some reason, though, in the first season, Susan is presented as the main character. It's an ensemble cast, so she's never the main character, but she is the most central in the storyline. She gets more screen time, her plot lines are more relevant to the overarching mystery of the season, and I think we're supposed to find her the most relatable of the housewives, because she's bad at cooking or something.
How did you... It tastes like it's burned and undercooked.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
It's like how YA novels like to make their main characters clumsy because it makes them seem more vulnerable. But in Susan's case, all her flaws just paint her as incompetent as a human. How are you so bad at cooking that even your aluminum foil wants nothing to do with you? I don't really understand why Susan was chosen to be the emotional anchor of season 1. Maybe because Desperate Housewives follows a similar 4-female archetype format as Sex and the City, the fact that Susan shares some superficial similarities to Carrie Bradshaw prompted producers to think of her as the default lead? Or perhaps it was just because at the time the show premiered, Terry Hatcher was the most known actress of the cast, and maybe that influenced the amount of attention the writers gave her character. I don't know. Thankfully, Susan is only central for that first season, and even then, she's not the standout housewife. For all 7 seasons afterward, if Desperate Housewives has a main character, it's not Lynette, or Gabby, or Susan, but someone a little more... Kamp.
I can't believe you tried to kill me.
Yes, well, I feel badly about that.
Everything that's good about Desperate Housewives can be found in Bree Vandekamp. Early in the first episode, Bree's son Andrew says she acts like she's running for mayor of Stepford in a very fitting intro for her character. It's a reference, obviously, to the Stepford Wives, the famous 1975 satirical feminist horror novel about a town where self-determined women are turned into submissive robots resembling 1950s housewives for the benefit of their husbands. On the surface, Bree does resemble a Stepford wife. She looks like the physical embodiment of traditional American domesticity, especially of the WASP variety, and she has little to no ambition outside the home. Her hobbies include cooking perfect meals, maintaining a spotless house, and throwing the best dinner parties of her cul-de-sac, all things a Stepford wife would likely be programmed to do. But Stepford wives are programmed by men that want submissive partners. Bree's family openly resents the way she inflicts her idea of the perfect American home onto them for the sake of an image.
Probably we'll want something healthier tomorrow night, though. I'm thinking about chicken saltimbocca.
I want a divorce. I just can't live in this detergent commercial anymore.
Andrew, I spent 3 hours cooking this meal. How do you think it makes me feel when you say it's okay in that sullen tone?
Who asked you to spend 3 hours on dinner? Tim Harper's mom gets home from work, pops open a can of pork and beans, and boom, they're eating. Everyone's happy.
You'd rather I serve pork and beans?
I'm saying, do you always have to serve cuisine? Can't we ever just have food?
I'm sick of the bizarre way your hair doesn't move. I'm sick of you making our bed in the morning before I've even used the bathroom. You're this plastic suburban housewife with her pearls and her spatula who says things like, "We owe the Hendersons a dinner."
Who are you supposed to be?
Really, Karen, I don't think our Lord is amused when we make light of witchcraft. And you might use a coaster.
Oh, I get it. She's you.
Bree is not submissive. Her Stepford wife appearance isn't meant to appease her spouse. She's frequently accused of emasculating the men around her.
Rex cries after he ejaculates.
Her strict adherence to a traditional domestic life is instead the result of her own deep anxieties and fears, all stemming from a rigid and rough childhood raised by a deeply conservative family. It's clear immediately that Bree struggles with OCD and OCPD. In times of distress, she gets fixated on little details like a loose button on her therapist's jacket or the act of polishing silver after her husband dies unexpectedly. We learn in season 1 that when she was a kid, Bree's mother was hit by a car in front of her house just before Christmas. Her family went to the hospital where her mother soon died, but Bree stayed home and washed her mom's blood off the street to feel better. Homemaking isn't just something Bree does because she thinks it's her duty as a woman, it's an effort of control within an emotionally chaotic world. And she also does it because she does think it's her duty as a woman. When Bree's son Andrew comes out as gay mid-season 1, she tries to enroll him in conversion therapy, expressing her fear that if he didn't change who he was, he wouldn't get into heaven and she'd have to spend an eternal afterlife without him. It's not a great thing to say to your son, but Bree's motives here are again based in fear. She's not hateful toward her child, she just struggles to reconcile her love for him with an upbringing that's convinced her some human desires are too shameful for salvation and there are roles men and women are supposed to abide by. As discord between Bree and Andrew intensifies, Bree's father and stepmother offer to let Andrew live with them, a decision they seem to make out of contempt for Bree more than concern for Andrew, as Bree's stepmom has consistently labeled her a failure throughout her life. Andrew agrees to move in with his grandparents immediately, but when they discover his sexuality, they rescind their invitation and skip town before he can even say goodbye. Though she's still struggling to accept her son's sexuality herself, that night Bree invites Andrew's boyfriend over for family dinner and grows to appreciate the loving connection the two boys share. So sure, Bree thinks that gay people are going to hell, but she is willing to be in the same room as them, which is more than the folks that raised her can say. As the series progresses, Bree's perspectives on sexuality improve. She literally starts planning her son's gay wedding in season 5 after trying unsuccessfully to set him up with another man a few episodes earlier.
Andrew is also an out and proud homosexual.
He's here, he's queer, and we're used to it.
Unfortunately, Andrew's resentment toward his mother outlived her homophobia by at least a few months. By late season 2, when her son's queerness was increasingly less of a concern for Bree, the remainder of Andrew's adolescence had already become dedicated to seeking revenge against his mother's previous intolerance to him. For the grand finale of his teenage angst, Andrew seduces Bree's sex-addicted boyfriend and arranges for her to catch the two of them post-coitus in her bed. This was after a long string of Andrew committing other acts of misbehavior, acts that were often just crimes, like hitting a woman with his car while drunk driving, or falsely accusing his mother of molestation and physical abuse to get emancipated and access a trust his father had left in his name. The Andrew from seasons 1 and 2 is an absolute menace who lives to do nothing but torment his mother. He tries to destroy her reputation, her relationships, her criminal record, and her sanity, yet over and over again she forgives him and strives to repair their relationship. Andrew tricks her into thinking she's done that and the two of them are on better terms, until the day she finds him in her bed with her boyfriend, with Andrew declaring that only now are the two of them even for whatever pain she's caused him by being a flawed parent. You can understand why Bree might then decide to abandon her teenage son on the side of the road, right? The audience certainly did. If you watch the clip of that scene here on YouTube, the comments are full of people being like, yeah, that was a good thing for her to do, actually. Boo, Andrew. Even when the episode first premiered, ExpressGayNews.com, a publication you'd think would be inclined to empathize with Andrew as a young gay man, published an article basically saying Andrew deserved it and he should have been nicer to his mom, who was clearly making an effort to accept him. This is a show where sympathy is almost always directed toward wives and mothers ahead of their husbands and kids, even while those women do stuff that is objectively bad. Andrew's relationship with Bree drastically improves when he comes back to Wisteria Lane in season 3, as he becomes protective of his mother against the new men in her life. Not too long after coming home, he threatens Bree's new husband Orson when he thinks Orson might have been responsible for his ex-wife's disappearance and could possibly hurt Bree as well.
There's a reason my mom put me out on the street last year. You've never met that guy. You've never met bad Andrew. But hurt my mom, and you will.
Turns out Orson wasn't responsible for his ex-wife's disappearance, and he and Andrew grow to have a pretty good relationship. For about a season, until Orson stops being supportive of Bree's career, and Andrew becomes the first person to start researching divorce attorneys on his mother's behalf. I've heard people say that Bree and Andrew's improved relationship was unearned by the writing, that the switch from good Andrew to bad Andrew was too quick and didn't make sense. And yeah, I guess maybe there could have been a longer transitional period between them hating each other and then being besties. But I don't really think it's that unrealistic of a change. I imagine a big sticking point here is the fact that Bree did abandon Andrew on the side of the road, and he did spend about a year homeless because of it. In real life, that would take a lot of dedicated work for a mother and son to get over. But Desperate Housewives isn't real life. It's a soap opera. It exists within a world where people respond to heightened emotions through absurd actions. Bree's first husband was murdered by her pharmacist. Her second husband ran over her neighbor to cover up the crimes of his mother, who then tried to kill her, and she has multiple friends that have at one point kidnapped a baby. For a resident of Wisteria Lane, abandoning your son on the side of the road is akin to, cutting him off financially and not speaking during his first few years of college. It was a low point in their relationship, sure, but not anything they couldn't get over. And there is something kind of allegorical about Andrew's year of homelessness. The actor that plays him was an adult for the entire run of the show, but remember that his character spends the first 2 seasons as a minor. When Bree kicks him out, he's either just turned 18 or he's about to, and he gets in the car with her because he thinks they're going to tour a college campus. But when Andrew comes back in season 3, he's crossed the threshold into adulthood. He's not looking at his mother through the eyes of an angry teenager anymore. He's an adult with an adult's perspective on their relationship and on her. Andrew's changed feelings toward his mother make sense in that way. We don't need to see the two of them verbally repairing their relationship episode by episode, because most of the time, that's not how family trauma gets resolved. I think those of us who come from dysfunctional homes can relate to the experience of being a teenager with overwhelming feelings of resentment toward the adults in your life, which as you grow up begin to soften or reshape into something a little more productive and empathetic. You don't get over all the fucked up shit you went through, but you're able to contextualize it with increased compassion toward the people that raised you. You realize that you're a lot more like them than you hoped you'd be, and however different from your family you once convinced yourself you were, turns out the rest of the world is a lot more different from you. Am I projecting? Maybe. But to be honest, I actually think that makes me more qualified to say that I just don't think this is an unrealistic depiction of a once-strained parent-child relationship.
You forgive me?
I forgave you a long time ago. Just never noticed. Oh, Mom? Would you mind using a coaster?
Okay, now I really am gonna cry.
Mark Cherry has said many times that 2 of the main housewives are based on his own mother. Lynette is Martha Cherry from Mark's early childhood, her character representing how overwhelmed Martha felt raising Mark and his siblings as a stay-at-home mom in the 60s, while Bree is Martha as Mark remembers her from his teen and early adult years. Perhaps then the reason Bree feels like a more developed character than Lynette, and all the other housewives for that matter, is that Mark has more distinct memories of his mother from when he was older than when he was an actual child. There's a scene in the first season in which Bree's daughter Danielle walks in on Bree making her bed as her husband sits on the staircase mid-heart attack waiting to be driven to the hospital. It's a funny scene that highlights Bree's obsessive-compulsive behaviors and how they can at times make her appear colder than she really is. But it's not a product of the writer's imaginations. It's a memory from Mark Cherry's early 20s. He told The Times in 2005, "My dad, for about 4 or 5, maybe even 6 years straight, would have a heart attack like once a year. It got to be a fairly common occurrence in the family to be woken up in the middle of the night by the sounds of my parents preparing to go to a hospital. They started having these marital problems, and one night, she just made the bed before taking him. I think she was annoyed that she had to get up again. He forgot to take his medicine or something. And I think maybe, yes, there was a part of her that didn't care if he made it to the hospital on time." Marcia Cross's performance is also partly based on Mark's mother's demeanor.
Whenever the cast does run-throughs of scenes and stuff, I give little notes and stuff. And a note that I've given to Marcia on occasion is, dryer, just throw it away, dryer. we were at the Golden Globes and they were interviewing us in the press line, and my mother was brought backstage. She was my date that night. And I had this horrific moment where I saw Mary Hart take my mother for an interview, and I thought, oh, this is trouble. And so my mom was interviewed with the five ladies, and Mary Hart, all bouncy, has the microphone, and she goes, so were you just so surprised when your son thanked you on the awards? And she went like that, and my mother went, no, it was expected. and Marcia turns to me and goes, oh, okay, that's what you mean by dry.
It's the specifics of Martha Cherry's personality that makes Bree such a complex and interesting character. And Lynette, while not badly written, I'd say she's the second most complexly developed character after Bree, is far more limited in her characterization just in concept. She's meant to represent how overwhelmed Martha felt in Mark's childhood, but Mark openly admits he never knew how overwhelmed his mother felt until the two of them watched coverage of the Andrea Yates trial together in the early 2000s, when Mark was in his late 30s. He didn't really know the woman Lynette is based on. He just knows that she existed. And that's probably why Lynette returns to the same emotional state and circumstances over and over again throughout the series. There's a 5-year jump at the end of season 4. Mark said he and the writers wanted the time skip because it enabled the housewives to enter new phases of their lives with older children. But Lynette only gets 1 season into the jump having exclusively older kids before she gets unintentionally pregnant with twins again. This isn't even a situation where the actor got pregnant and the writers needed to quickly add it to the script. First of all, Marcia Cross got pregnant during season 4, and the writers got around that by having Bree fake a pregnancy and take a delayed honeymoon with her husband. And Felicity Huffman clearly wasn't pregnant during season 6. And you can tell because the script keeps making these jokes about how much bigger her boobs are since she got knocked up, and they aren't even bigger. They're just pushed together. Isn't anybody gonna say congratulations? It's like the writers couldn't figure out what to do with her character if she wasn't being constantly tormented by tiny offspring. Lynette's personhood is preserved in the amber of her own parental status because that's the one thing Mark Cherry conceptualized her character around. Bree, on the other hand, gets more complex and human the older her children become. Probably because Mark increasingly saw his mother as complex and human the older he got. Despite Bree desperately wanting to be defined as the perfect all-American housewife, the story won't let her identity be limited to just that. She gets a career, she gets divorced, she sleeps around, finds new boyfriends, makes new friends. She's the only one of the housewives to have her character evolve consistently throughout her 8 seasons. Notably, she's also the only one of the main cast to have a child that feels like a person. Lynette's kids exist to be a burden. They're so indistinct that when the 5-year jump happens, her sons age at wildly different rates, and it doesn't matter.
What made Max and Charlie Carver the perfect choice to play the older Scavo twins?
You were the only twins we could find. I mean, sorry.
Her husband Tom, who I hate, is also revealed in season 2 to have a love child from before the two were ever married. And even though that kid lives with them for about a year, once she moves to her grandparents' house in season 4, she just stops being mentioned, even in passing, forever afterward. Lynette's daughter Penny also gets recast between season 6 and 7, which I didn't even notice until I looked at the Wikipedia page because her character is just so peripheral. Both of Gabby's daughters are born during the time jump, and like Lynette's kids, the ages of hers don't make a whole lot of sense. Canonically, her oldest daughter Juanita is 4, even though the actress playing her was at least like 6 or 7 while filming. But don't worry, there's an in-universe explanation for that. Juanita is 4, but she looks older than that because her character is so fat. That is literally the explanation provided by the script. Juanita does get some funny lines, and I do find her to be one of the most likable kids on the show, especially in the later seasons. But a lot of the time, it feels like her character only exists to be the recipient of fat jokes, which is already a pretty shameful decision to make for any character, but especially one played by a child. Like, I know I said earlier that Desperate Housewives probably didn't cause anybody to develop an eating disorder. Madison De La Garza is the exception. She herself has blamed the online comments she saw as a result of her casting, but the show fully enabled people to make those kind of comments about her body while it was airing, so I absolutely blame the writers for that one. Like, what the fuck was wrong with them? Whatever. Juanita at least gets a few moments of greater depth, and the fat jokes do decrease after her first season, so that's nice, I guess. Gabby's other daughter, Celia, though, might as well not even be on the show. She literally doesn't do anything, including speak. And the thing is, that could work. They could write Celia as being actually mute and explore that as an aspect of her character, or it could just be a funny running gag, but every once in a while, she will say something, and the other characters don't react with surprise, so it doesn't feel like an intentional bit. It feels like the writers just kept forgetting to give her dialogue because they kept forgetting she was there. Or maybe they could get away with paying her actress less if she only spoke in like 2 episodes? I don't know. She is really cute though. Ugh, I would die for her. Then Mary Alice's son Zach is a creepy little freak for no apparent reason. Like, sorry, you just found out that the woman you've been calling mom your whole life is actually just the woman that kidnapped you and murdered your birth mother? But that doesn't justify this haircut. Then on the opposite of the creepy little weirdo spectrum, Susan's daughter Julie gets plenty of screen time and plot lines, but she's too grounded and mature as a teenager to really be interesting as a character, especially in this universe. She makes more questionable decisions in her adulthood, indicating that the parentification she experienced as the child of dumbass Susan was harmful to her. But she makes all those decisions off screen. You just get to see her telling her mom about all the times she's fucked up after the fact. And she's still more developed than Susan's youngest kid, MJ. I don't know anything about this child, other than the fact that he is really stinking adorable.
Boy, the stuff I do for macaroons.
Even Bree's daughter Danielle doesn't get the same multi-dimensional writing as Bree's son. Like with Celia, it often feels like the writers keep forgetting she exists. And when they remember, it's not much better.
Now what is it, dear?
Danielle's upstairs trying to commit suicide. No rush. She's not trying that hard.
There's one scene where I actually like her character, as she advises Julie to not have sex with her boyfriend if she doesn't feel like she's ready yet, even though Julie fears he'll break up with her if she doesn't. It's a very sweet moment between two characters that we often don't see interact, even if we technically know that they're friends, and it offers a little insight into Danielle's character, who at that point we had really only seen being a brat to her parents. Turns out, though, Danielle was only saying that because she was sleeping with Julie's boyfriend the whole time. Which Julie seems to forgive her for almost immediately, by the way. Danielle goes away for a few months because she's pregnant with Marcia Cross's baby. And the next time Julie sees her in Fairview, she gets excited and goes in for a hug like they're still best friends. So either Julie is just that annoyingly well-adjusted for a teenager, or the writers just straight up forgot that they had created any sort of conflict between those two because they just so don't care about those characters. They clearly do care about Andrew, though, because Andrew's character is exceptionally layered. He spends the first 2 seasons lashing out at every version of authority in his life, not because he's a bad person, though he's certainly at risk of becoming one, but because he's hurting. His narcissistic tendencies come from the emotional negligence of his caregivers. Constantly assessing the actions and motives of those around him, he's emotionally perceptive, but no one in his life has given him reason to feel comfortable with vulnerability, causing him to become a Machiavellian maniac who manipulates others to his own benefit while convincing himself he doesn't care if other people get hurt by his actions. Despite much of the audience empathizing with Bree when she abandons Andrew, the person I feel the worst for in that scene is still Andrew. There's this attempted victory speech he gives when he realizes his mother is about to leave him, which is kind of one of the most devastating things said by any of the characters in the entire show, because it puts all of his previous behaviors into a new context that is just really sad.
You know what the good news is? I win.
You win?
I remember the look in your eyes when I told you I was gay. And I knew that one day you would stop loving me. So, here we are. I was right. So, I win.
Good for you. Even before he comes out to his mom, it's clear Andrew already feels rejected by her impossibly high perfectionist standards. Standards perhaps similar to the ones put on Bree by her stepmother. Their relationship is strained from the start of the show, and still, when Bree tells Andrew she's worried he'll go to hell if he doesn't undergo conversion therapy, he seems at least a little taken by surprise. Despite all the issues he's had with his mother up to this point, some part of him hoped she would accept him for who he was, and he's crushed that she didn't. It's another scene taken directly from Mark Cherry's real life. Multiple lines performed by Marcia Cross in that episode originate from things said by Martha Cherry when Mark came out as gay to her. And while Mark has said he doesn't consider Andrew Vandekamp to be a self-insert as he's always unambiguously adored his mother, their overlapping experiences are likely what make Andrew's character more compelling than the other housewives' children. Mark might not be Andrew, but he understands him. There are certain movies, mostly ones directed by Greta Gerwig, that sometimes get referred to online as films about realizing your mother is just a girl. And that is kind of what Desperate Housewives is. It's reflected in Andrew's character development and his relationship with his mom, but it represents the entire ethos of the show. These women raising us are flawed, complex, desperate people who feel just as lost in the world as their children, but can only ever be slightly better than the flawed, complex, desperate people that once raised them.
I am so tired of feeling like the worst mother who ever lived.
You're not. There's Grandma.
There's a lot of terrible things you can say about aspects of Desperate Housewives writing, and plenty of awful shit you can say about Mark Cherry specifically. But if one truly nice thing can be gleaned from this show, is that it was made by someone who really, really does love his mom and wanted to create something to express that. Which is what makes season 6 so fucking weird.
The following program is rated TV MALV. It contains strong language and violence. It is intended only for mature audiences. Viewer discretion advised.
If you follow true crime at all, you might be familiar with the name Ed Gein. Arrested in November of 1957, Ed is often considered one of America's first highly publicized serial killers. Though with a confirmed kill count of 2, he's technically one victim short of the qualification. In investigating the only murder he was actually charged with, police found disassembled body parts of an unknown number of women in Ed's home, a majority of which he acquired through grave robbing, not murder. The generally accepted motive for Ed's crimes was his grief over the death of his mother, Augusta, with whom he was extremely close. Augusta has then frequently been cast as the sole cause of her son's disturbing behavior. As a fervently religious woman, she instilled in Ed a deep mistrust of other women through a fundamentalist Christian perspective. Ed's romantic and sexual inexperience has also been attributed to Augusta's firm stance against premarital sex and the ways she apparently isolated her youngest son from developing social connections with anyone outside the family. One day when Ed was 12, Augusta allegedly caught him masturbating in the tub, prompting her to either pinch or pour scathing hot water on her son's penis while deeming it the curse of man. There are numerous other stories of Augusta's alleged verbal and physical abuse of Ed, along with her alleged abuse of Ed's brother Henry and his father George. George died in 1940 of heart failure, and Henry died 4 years later in somewhat mysterious circumstances that police never investigated. It's possible Henry was an early victim of his brother's homicidal tendencies, with many theorizing that Ed had become enraged at him for speaking ill of Augusta. Regardless, in her final year alive, Ed was acting as his mother's sole caretaker after she'd suffered a paralyzing stroke sometime in 1945. She was dead by the end of that year, leaving Ed alone on the Gein family farm located a few miles outside of Plainfield, Wisconsin. When investigators searched the home in 1957 following the disappearance of Bernice Worden, they discovered Ed had been living in squalor amongst assorted body parts and furniture he'd fashioned from the skin and bones of people he either killed or collected from nearby cemeteries. Augusta's room had been sealed off from the rest of the house, presumably untouched since the day she died. That became police officers' first clue that Ed's bizarre attachment to his mother is what motivated his depraved acts against other women and their deceased bodies. The story of Ed Gein has been defined as the story of Augusta's abuse. He may have been a murderer, but he was also the victim of the monster that was his mother, a monster that, according to mensnewsdaily.com, drove a man psycho. Did she, though? A lot of the unusual circumstances of Ed Gein's life appear to have been greatly exaggerated by the legacy of his crimes, and what aspects of his mythos are even true is very hard to say. There are countless web pages and books and videos and podcast episodes and documentaries dedicated to the life and crimes of Ed Gein, but a vast, vast majority of those only ever reference other web pages and books and videos and podcast episodes and documentaries about the life and crimes of Ed Gein. The same stories get told over and over again with small variations here and there, and almost none of it is backed up by primary sources. Probably because those primary sources are a pain in the ass to find. In order to read the original documents from the investigation and trial of Ed Gein, I had to pay actual money to buy a physical book with the court files in it. One of the most famous serial killers of all time, and I couldn't even find a PDF online, which makes you wonder where all these other people are getting their information from, because I barely see anyone referencing the documents in this book. Even this is not a complete collection of the court files. There is clearly still a lot of pages missing, and the outside margins of some of these pages have gotten cut off in whatever way the original documents were photocopied. But as far as I'm aware, the documents in this book are pretty much the entirety of what's ever been made public from this case, along with what's written in Edward Gein, America's Most Bizarre Murderer by Robert H. Gollmar, since Gollmar was the judge from that trial. Now, there are a few things that need to be acknowledged when discussing the quality of information that is available on the Ed Gein case. First, the crimes of Ed Gein took place in the mid-20th century in Plainfield, Wisconsin, a tiny village with a population at the time of 647 people, which resided inside a small county with a population of less than 14,000 people. The police officers who first showed up on the scene were barely trained as investigators, and they certainly didn't have experience dealing with a situation like the one they'd literally stumbled upon. The only reason they even caught Ed in the first place is because his second victim happened to be the mother of the deputy sheriff who happened to co-own the store that she was killed in. Frank Worden was desperately trying to find his mother who had disappeared earlier that day, and he had a small amount of reason to believe that Ed Gein had something to do with her disappearance, since the day before Ed had asked Frank if he was going to be out of town for the first day of hunting season, so Ed knew that Bernice was going to be at the store alone that day, and Frank also knew that Bernice had recently declined to go rollerblading with Ed, so he had some motivation. Frank had Ed's house searched that night without a warrant, which almost cost them the entire case. Police began their search around 8 p.m. the night of the murder inside a dark farmhouse with no electricity. Even the most seasoned officers pulled in from the county struggled to make sense of everything they were seeing, but a large crowd of press was already swarming the property that night. Reporters began hounding Plainsfield townfolk over the next few weeks, looking for any information possible about the murderer who was already being held at the Central State Hospital for psychiatric evaluation. Resentful of the media attention their town was receiving for a tragedy, most residents gave statements that were short and evasive, while Ed initially told investigators very little himself. The Gein farmhouse, along with any remaining evidence inside of it, was even burned down a few months after Ed's arrest, as townspeople became increasingly worried about it becoming a tourist destination. But this was now a national story, and the rest of the country was clamoring to find a motive even if reporters had barely any access to reliable information. By December 2nd, 1957, just weeks after the discovery of Bernice Worden's body, and long before the case went to trial, Time magazine published an article entitled Medicine, Portrait of a Killer. Weirdly, the first person mentioned in that article is George Gein, whom Time says was scratching out a living despite the undisputed head of the family being his dominating wife, Augusta. I'm assuming the author of this piece was trying to emphasize some juxtaposition they felt was significant, essentially implying that it was strange for Augusta to be treated as the head of the family when her husband was the one making all the money, 'cause, you know, man, if that doesn't already sound weird and patriarchal, you should know that by the end of his life, George Gein wasn't making any money. A psychologist's report from December of 1957 states that George was a heavy drinker who was easily angered when inebriated and, quote, did not like to work. Ed told psychologists that his mother managed the family's farm work and often found jobs for George, who became semi-invalid and unemployable sometime prior to his death. Ed's feelings toward his father were, quote, completely negative. He claimed George would abuse him and his brother, with one report stating, the father was abusive when drunk, and the mother had stated that she would have left the father except for the children. While another report from around the same time writes, since childhood, his attachment was closer to the mother than the father, as the latter drank in earlier years and seems to have been a threat to both the mother and the patient at times. So George Gein was barely scratching out a living. In his final years, his family was mostly making money off the farm, which Ed said Augusta had taken over after her husband became unable to work. And while it does appear that Ed at least saw his mother as the undisputed head of the family, the fact that he also considered his father to be a threat to both him and his mother doesn't paint Augusta as being particularly dominating against her husband. But Time magazine continues, saying, to her sons Henry and Edward, Augusta railed ceaselessly against the vices of modern women, their short skirts, artificial hair waves, powder, and lipstick. And this is kind of true. A psychologist's report from a little after that Time magazine article states, Ed claimed to have been instructed by his mother that women in general were tainted with evil and should be shunned as much as possible. But that appears to be the most that's ever been officially documented about Augusta's feeling toward women. The psychologists interviewing Ed said nothing about artificial hair waves or lipstick or anything so specific. Those types of details appear to be nothing but conjecture based on what someone like Augusta probably wouldn't approve of. And it is likely true, but Time goes on to make another, even more intense claim about Augusta's internalized misogyny, writing, during heavy rains she would read to the family the story of Noah and the flood and prophesied another flood to wash out women's sins. According to who, though? The flood story isn't present in any of the official documentation that I have. There's pages upon pages of psychology reports in here contributed to by multiple doctors and experts who were the only people talking to Ed at that time. And if he told them that, I feel like it would have come up in all the different passages about his childhood, but it doesn't. Nor does it come up in Judge Gollmar's book, even though he had access to all the documents from that investigation and was present for the entirety of the trial. Ed wasn't talking to news outlets, he didn't appear to have any close friends that would have known such things about him, and the rest of his family was a little too dead to be giving comments to Time magazine. So where did this narrative come from? The thing is, a lot of the stories about Augusta's alleged treatment of Ed and the rest of the Gein family don't appear to have any primary sources backing them up. Going through these documents, I see no evidence that Augusta ever mistreated her husband, despite a lot of evidence that he was abusive to her. And whether or not you think that Ed killed his own brother, he makes no claim about Henry ever saying anything insulting about Augusta. So why assume that that was the motive? There appears to be some truth to the idea that Augusta kept her sons isolated from the community. It's at least mentioned that Augusta's strict religious principles were seen as unusual by their neighbors, and the family seldom attended church as they were devout Lutherans living in a town with no Lutheran churches. But while the cultural narrative around the Gein case says that Augusta deliberately moved her family to a farmhouse miles outside Plainfield just to keep her sons at a physical distance from other people, reports from the Times state that it was George who decided to move the family because he, quote, wished to be independent. And that report goes on to say, it would appear that the mother's moralistic preachings were not well accepted by the neighbors, and the patient indicated that they were envious of the farm, which was always neat and well cared for. He also stated that when we came there, the neighbors did not cooperate and tell us how to work the sandy soil. So according to Ed, his family's isolation was the result of his neighbors not being very nice to them, something he complains about a lot. And okay, could his mother have been in his ear telling him that the neighbors are all just jealous and not worth befriending? Of course. But that's still a pretty different situation than the one presented by the true crime version of this story. According to those circles, Augusta used to specifically berate her sons for trying to socialize with other people.
But when Ed and Henry finished school, there was no going anywhere else, talking to neighbors or friends. They literally came straight home. That was the only option they had. And also, when Ed tried to make friends, Augusta punished him. She wanted to isolate them and have them basically be all hers, have no other human interaction except with her, which is just very, very weird.
And not only is there no evidence of that from primary sources, official documentation from the time says that when Ed was in school, he did join his classmates in recreational social activities when time could be spared from the farm work, and he and the brother frequently attended dances but were too self-conscious to dance, though Ed did enjoy square dancing for a time. There is no mention of either of Ed's parents punishing their sons for trying to make friends. You know what else there's no mention of? The alleged tub incident, where Augusta either pinched or poured scathing hot water onto Ed's penis. In fact, these reports state very clearly, patient's early sexual information was given by the mother who impressed upon him the need for sexual abstinence prior to marriage. He indicated that she was not as strong in her admonitions against masturbation. Now, there was reason to give Ed's relationship with his mother some attention in an investigation. Her death clearly had a significant impact on his mental state. He told interrogators that since his mother had died, he had feelings that the things around him weren't real, and he described experiencing auditory hallucinations, primarily through the voice of his mother, while claiming to have attempted arousing her from the dead along with some of the other bodies he acquired from their graves. Ed's feelings toward his mother seemed in some ways relevant to his criminal motives. But were they as significant as they were made out to be? I have a hard time believing that they were. Investigators made a lot of the fact that Ed only collected the bodies of women to mutilate, both with the two people he killed and with the body parts he gathered from local cemeteries, and at times he did claim to do so based on his victim's resemblance to his mother. But I want to put heavy emphasis there on the words at times. Reading all these documents, the one thing that's explicitly clear is that Ed Gein is a thoroughly unreliable narrator who at no point provides a consistent recollection or explanation for his crimes. For the grave robbing, he articulates multiple conflicting motives. One is that he wanted to raise bodies from the dead due to his grief over the death of his mother. Another is that there had been an evil spirit influencing him to dig those bodies up. Though in speaking about Bernice Worden's death, he said he was acting as an instrument of God, and that Bernice deserved to die for being a disreputable woman, despite him later claiming she was nothing but kind and friendly and he had no ill feelings toward her at all. During one of his early psych evaluations, he, quote, vehemently stated that none of this would have happened if his neighbors had shown some interest in him and would have visited him. And at one point, he told psychologists that prior to the grave robbing, he had been reading adventure stories of headhunters and cannibals where he learned about shrunken heads, death masks, etc. And when it was pointed out that he was interested only in the bodies of women, he stated that the articles he read indicated that those heads were more valuable because of their longer hair. Let's acknowledge as well that there were financial motives for all of the crimes that Ed committed. His money problems had grown tremendously following the deaths of his other family members, and during his questioning, he complained frequently about how much money his neighbors allegedly owed him. His first victim owned a tavern where $1,500 went missing the same time she did. He stole $182 out of the cash register in Bernie's Worden store after he killed her. And if we assume that Ed did kill his brother, why assume it was the result of some righteous indignation over Henry's feelings toward Augusta, and not the fact that he was Ed's older brother who was set to inherit all the family's assets as long as he was still alive? If Ed told psychologists that he was reading about the value of different body parts, there is absolutely a possibility that he was making money off of them, or at least attempting to. The fact is, we don't even know that Ed only collected the bodies of women because we don't know how many bodies he collected. He was never charged with grave robbing, which means that he was never investigated for that crime. He admitted to it when police found all those body parts in his house, and he did show them 2 of the graves he robbed to prove that they were in fact from a grave and not people he also killed. But that's it. Who knows how many bodies he dug up, whose they were, and what he did with them afterward. And I'll point out, it's a little hard to know what a body looks like when it's being held in a casket underneath a bunch of dirt. At most, Ed would have known those people's names and ages from their gravestones or their obituaries, which may or may not have contained a photo. So sure, those women could have resembled his mother in that way, that they were all women who were about the same age as Augusta when she died. But investigators also found body parts on Ed's farm that were definitely from teenage girls too. So I don't think all those bodies resembled Ed's middle-aged mother that much. A leading theory is that Ed was trying to make skin suits from his victims, which he would then put on to pretend he was a woman. And yeah, okay, Ed did make some masks out of the skin of some of those corpses. And he did admit to putting those masks on his face on some occasions, as one would do if they already went to the trouble of making a skin mask. But that doesn't really mean he was trying to become a woman. He made lampshades out of some of that skin too. Was he trying to become a lamp? And during his investigation, when asked how long he would wear the masks for, he responded straight up, "Not too long. I had other things to do." Doesn't really sound like a man fully committed to inhabiting another person's body to me. But one of the reasons Ed was such an unreliable narrator is that he was easily swayed to agree with the propositions of his interrogators. One of the psychologists evaluating him wrote early on, "Questioning this man requires a great deal of tact because he is extremely suggestible and will invariably agree to any leading questions." And there were a lot of leading questions. This is from a transcript from an early interrogation recorded just days after Ed's arrest. Question: did you entertain any thought if Bernice in any way reminds you of your mother? Answer: no, I don't believe so. Did she in any way resemble her in size or in shape? In size, I believe she did. Yes, she did. How about facially? Was there anything about her face or her head that were even close to the appearance of your mother? Maybe a little. What? Nose, eyes, hair, neck? Her hair would be a different color, but there's some parts of the face which might resemble her. Then later, you explained to me that as far as you're personally aware, that there was some thought regarding the resemblance of Bernice to your mother. Is that correct? Yes, there was some. Edie, I don't believe that your thoughts were directed to her as being a deer or animal. I think your thoughts were more directed to the fact that she bore some resemblance or relationship to your mother. Now, which are you more inclined to believe? Well, that could be right, so that must be the reason. I don't want to put words or ideas, I know, but that must be. Now, Edie, what is the answer for why did you take Bernice? That I did take her for the resemblance of my mother. Her height and everything were the same. This is how all the questioning goes. Someone presents an idea to Ed about what he did and why he did it, and even if he initially provides an answer that doesn't support that idea, the person questioning him keeps pressing until he eventually agrees to whatever that other person was proposing as his motive. Even the skin suit theory. When the interrogator suggests that Ed had a secret desire to be a woman due to his love of his mother, they ask him if he ever had the thought of cutting off his penis, and when Ed said no, the interrogator is just like, oh, well, that's probably because cutting off your own penis is dangerous, so you would have known that you could have died, and that's why you never tried to do it. Like, yeah, or he just didn't want to do that. Maybe it wasn't something that ever crossed his mind until you brought it up and then insisted that that was his motive. Which was a weird thing to do, by the way. All anybody really knew about Ed's relationship with his mother is that he loved her. He took care of her when she was sick. He said she was good in every way. And even as he let the rest of his house fall into chaos after her death, he kept her room sealed off from the mess he was creating. A mess that investigators and the public just pulled her into anyway. It's a little ironic for Augusta to be so vilified for her internalized misogyny when the world vilifying her was always reflecting that same misogyny back. Despite Ed learning how to butcher bodies by watching his father gut animals in the same shed he later mutilated human beings, and despite George being the only one of Ed's parents that we know was alleged by one of his family members to have been violent and abusive, no one has ever blamed George Gein for the crimes of his son. George has gotten to live in the public consciousness as a complex human whose worst behaviors are excused by his circumstances. The fact that he beat his wife and children is rationalized as something he had to do because Augusta was so domineering.
George would go to a local tavern after work and he would get pretty drunk. And when he would go back home, he would beat Augusta because that was like the only way he would get any type of courage to stand up to her.
While Augusta has been so thoroughly dehumanized that she isn't even condemned for her own actions. She's condemned for the actions of her son, for crimes he committed after she died. But the big problem with the Gein case isn't even the fact that its aftermath has been so unbelievably cruel to one long-deceased woman who, as far as we know, didn't do anything wrong other than cultivate some sexist religious beliefs in the late 19th and early 20th century. It's the fact that the mythology built from that case has become the basis for nearly every modern depiction of a serial killer. It started with the Robert Bloch novel Psycho, published about a year and a half after Ed's 1957 arrest, where Ed is represented as the fictional killer Norman Bates. Acclaimed filmmaker Alfred Hitchcock bought the rights to the novel soon after its release, premiering the Psycho film a little over a year after the book and a little less than 3 years after Ed's arrest. That film became one of the most iconic and influential films in the entire history of horror. But while writing the novel, Bloch hadn't known many of the details of Ed's case, likely because it wouldn't go to trial until about a decade later. Following media coverage of the trial, he expressed surprise that the imaginary character he'd created turned out to be so similar to the real Ed Gein. However, considering how suggestible the real Ed Gein was, and how little the public ever knew about the details of his questioning, one has to wonder, was Norman Bates based on Ed Gein? Or was our cultural idea of Ed Gein based on Norman Bates? At this point, it's all the same thing. Ed is Norman, is Buffalo Bill, is Dr. Thredson, is Ezra Cobb, is Leatherface, is Joker, is every other fictional male murderer with feminine attributes and apparent mommy issues. In his book, Dead Blondes and Bad Mothers, Jude Ellison Doyle writes, "Every torture-happy, chainsaw-wielding serial killer in modern cinema is some director's approximation of Gein, or an approximation of an approximation. When we imagine violence in the 21st century, it's usually Gein we're imagining, which means that we are always imagining Augusta whether we know it or not. At the heart of horror is a bad mother, the familiar and terrible vision of a woman corrupting the world, unleashing her own flaws upon it through her monstrous children. The bad mother is patriarchy's saving throw, its ultimate loophole. By moving the blame for male violence back one generation, it makes guilty parties out of the women who are its victims." Now, given that Desperate Housewives is a show theoretically aimed at showing the complex human emotions of stay-at-home moms and housewives, extending them compassion, recognizing their struggles, and acknowledging that their flaws don't define them as people, you would think the series would be above an Ed Gein, Norman Bates style storyline. Well, meet Edie.
Did you ever try to get a cat to fetch? They're like, they won't do it. Stupid cats.
At the very end of the season 6 premiere episode, Susan's daughter Julie is strangled from behind as she takes out the recycling. Julie goes into a coma for a few episodes and wakes up with no idea who tried to kill her, but her attack wasn't an isolated incident. 7 episodes after the premiere, the so-called Fairview Strangler would successfully kill his first victim on screen, a barista named Emily. We later learn that a sex worker had already been strangled to death sometime before, which the rest of Fairview either never noticed or just didn't think was a big enough deal to ever mention. The killer is eventually revealed to be Eddie Orlovsky, another young resident of Fairview. But his face doesn't appear on screen until 2 episodes after Julie's attacked, when he's introduced as a friend of the son of a neighbor who just moved in. We don't know he's the Strangler yet, but it's kind of obvious, cause 1, there's no reason for his character's very sudden introduction to the show beyond the fact that they needed to introduce the killer's face eventually, and 2, it's revealed a few episodes later that he has ambitions to be a stand-up comedian, so think we found our guy. Episode 19 is the first time it's confirmed, though, when we see Eddie kill a young woman named Irina. Irina had previously been engaged to one of Lynette's sons, but got kicked out of the Scavo house when Lynette found evidence that she was only marrying her son for his money, which I guess he has now? Kinda? Not really? It never really makes any sense. The point is, Irina bad lady. Eddie sees her walking down Wisteria Lane, luggage in tow, and offers her a ride. But when Irina rejects his romantic advances, laughing that he's out of her league, her mockery triggers him into a murderous rage, causing Eddie to strangle Irina to death and bury her in the nearby woods. The next episode, we see a series of flashbacks. One shows Bree giving Eddie the well-intentioned advice to solve his lady troubles through traditional romantic gestures, leading him to present a bouquet of flowers to a back alley prostitute who immediately laughs in his face. Not seeing the humor in this himself, Eddie goes into a murderous rage and strangles her to death. These 2 episodes present Eddie's killing spree as if it follows a really specific pattern. A woman he's decided he'd like to pork rejects him, specifically laughing while she does it, and he exacts his revenge through homicide. The fact that the women laugh is an attempt to make Eddie look more sympathetic, cause they were being mean. Not only is that problematic for the fact that someone hurting your feelings is still not reasonable cause for murder, the logic doesn't even track through the rest of the story. Irina's laugh is the only one that feels mean-spirited. The prostitute definitely was not trying to hurt Eddie's feelings. She was just taken off guard by his gesture. But the barista, Emily, didn't laugh at him at all. The 2 of them were co-workers at the lazily titled coffee shop The Coffee Cup, and we don't ever see them interact face-to-face, except for once with some purely work-related dialogue. However, right before Emily's death, we do see her on the phone turning someone down for a date, presumably Edie. And from what we can see, she's being pretty nice about it.
Listen, you're a nice guy. I'm just not looking for a relationship right now. Sorry. Hello?
It may not have been a widely circulated or even coined term yet in 2009 to 2010 when this story first aired, but the Desperate Housewives writers wrote Edie to be an incel. That is, an involuntarily celibate man who blames his lack of sexual experience on the women unwilling to give him free access to their bodies. And that part is fine from a narrative angle. Overly entitled men certainly cast a villainous presence in the lives of most, if not all, women, so Edie the incel being the Fairview Strangler works in that regard. The issue is, the show doesn't portray Edie as being particularly villainous. Julie is the only woman that survives his attack, which turns out not to be a failure on Eddie's part, but a result of his realization that it was Julie he was strangling and not Susan. As much as I relate to the impulse to do something awful to Susan Meyer, even I will admit she didn't deserve what Edie was intending to do that night. Tom Scavo, on the other hand... Die! 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 Even more so than the sex worker he killed, Susan was not trying to hurt Eddie's feelings when she laughed at him. When he hits on her, she's dressed in the wedding gown she'll soon wear to marry someone else, and she laughs because she assumes he's kidding.
You are so sweet. You saw that I was freaking out and you knew that I needed a good laugh. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Oh, Susan. You fucking idiot. Edie obviously doesn't strangle her at that moment. He lets his anger blossom in the back of a church during Susan's wedding, then seems to make the decision to kill her on his walk home when he sees Julie through a window, thinking that it's Susan. The next scene shows Edie sitting beside Julie's comatose body in the Fairview Memorial Hospital, all teary-eyed, talking about how anyone who could do something so grotesque to a woman as kind as Julie is a weak, insignificant piece of garbage who doesn't even deserve to be on this earth. And, can't say I disagree, but the scene is framed in a way where the audience is clearly supposed to sympathize with Edie. Like, no, baby, don't cry. You're not a bad guy just because you continuously try to kill innocent women, sometimes in a premeditated fashion. You just need a good girl to be nice to you and never think anything you say is silly. Otherwise, well, you know. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with this scene. Okay, Edie is sad that the woman he put into a coma is a woman that he doesn't think deserved to be attacked. But what if he had asked Julie out? What if she had turned him down in the same kind way that Emily did? Would she have deserved it then? He wasn't crying the day after Emily's death. He was standing outside the coffee shop/crime scene, telling his friends how glad he was that he was late to work that day and didn't have to discover the body.
Thank God. It would have freaked me out.
Now, because we've been talking about murder a lot up to this point, I'm gonna pause for a second and tell you something nice, just to have a break from all the death and misogyny and stuff. Did you know that the man who plays Edie and the woman who plays Julie actually met on the set of Desperate Housewives for this very storyline? And now they have twins and are getting married this August in Spain. Yay! We love love. So then Edie kills his mom, though he isn't introduced as a character until a few episodes into season 6. In the episode after Irina's death, we discover that Edie has been running up and down the streets of Fairview since before the show even started. Mary Alice was the first housewife to meet him. She jogs by his house and happens upon the scene of Eddie's father abandoning him and his mother, Barbara.
I said I was sorry.
It's too late, Barbara. I can't take it anymore.
But you can't just walk out. We have a kid.
No, you have a kid. I never wanted him. I never wanted any of this.
She returns later that night with mac and cheese and listens as Barbara shares her anxieties as a newly single mother.
I'm all alone with a 4-year-old to raise. Isn't there anybody who can help you? Family, your mother?
Oh, my mother? God forbid.
Mary Alice comes back sometime shortly after the visit with a stuffed bear to give to Edie, but when she arrives at their house, she realizes that the 4-year-old is home alone while Barbara is out drinking trying to pick up a new guy.
Did you say your name was Ron?
Yeah.
Shut up, Ron.
There's a moment after Mary Alice brings Barbara home and chastises her for leaving, in which it seems like something might have gotten through. Like Barbara does care about being a better parent and wants to learn from her mistakes. But after Mary Alice leaves the Orlovsky home, Barbara, in what might be a sincere attempt to comfort her son, says this.
Oh, Eddie. It's not your fault you ruined my life.
Yikes. To be fair to Barbara, she was having a very bad week. The next scene after Mary Alice's visit shows Edie meeting Gabby about 5 years later when she first moved to Wisteria Lane. While her house was empty before she and Carlos bought it, Edie had apparently made it into a sort of solitary playhouse for himself, while his mother canoodled with new boyfriends back at his house. Gabby, being a lonely, newly suburban wife, takes to his presence. He becomes her first actual friend on the lane until one day when he comes over unannounced and walks in on Gabby and Carlos in the tub, causing them to promptly kick him out. Gabby tells Carlos she feels bad for Edie as his mom clearly ignores him and he doesn't seem to have any other friends. But Carlos tells her to mind her business and stop inviting the 9-year-old over for playdates, which is fair. Gabby becomes the second woman to reject Edie, and he runs back to his house to see his mom making out with a rando on the couch, leading him to grab a gun and shoot a CGI bird on top of his shed, which looks almost as ridiculous as the CGI tears they edited onto Bree's face in season 2. Speaking of Bree, she's the next housewife we see in flashback with Edie. He's a teenager at this point and is helping Bree paint her house, which she at least pays him for, unlike Gabby, who had him unpacking boxes for free. If the Ed Gein case taught us anything, it's that you gotta pay your neighbors when they do housework for you. It's again Bree's advice that prompts Edie to bring a sex worker flowers, and she gives him that advice after he tells her about a girl at school he has a crush on. When Bree finds out that that girl is her daughter Danielle, though, giving Danielle flowers on multiple occasions along with jewelry, Bree goes to Eddie's house and asks Barbara to tell him that Danielle isn't interested. She's still there when Edie comes home, and she watches as Barbara humiliates him for pursuing a girl she assumes is out of his league, laughing in his face while she does it.
Please don't laugh at me. I'll do what I want, Romeo.
The next time Edie comes over, Bree tries to console him by saying Danielle would still like to be friends. But Edie doesn't seem to find that comforting.
I don't want a friend. I want someone to love me.
Well, of course you do.
Okay, friends love each other too, Edie. The value of a relationship isn't measured by the other person's willingness to suck your dick. Anyway. We then get to the Susan section of the episode. Eddie's in his early adulthood now, and Susan notices him sketching a portrait from behind the counter at the coffee cup, prompting her to position herself as a mentor for his artistic development.
Eddie, the detail is amazing. Your use of perspective. I can't believe you've come so far in just a few weeks.
Are we looking at the same picture? Eddie develops a crush on Susan until the day he comes home from some art camp and sees her in a wedding gown, which of course brings us to the night he unknowingly attacks Julie, then gets all sad about it. The final housewife we see Edie with is Lynette, bringing us to current day. Eddie's playing charades with the Scavo family when his mother shows up drunk and angry, convinced he's hidden her booze from her. Lynette is the first person since Mary Alice that we actually see standing up to Barbara. Gabby thought about confronting her when Edie was a kid, but Carlos talked her out of it. Bree started sticking up for him the day she visited his house, but was ultimately too uncomfortable to do anything except stand there quietly, then leave. And Susan seems to have never even known Eddie had such a harsh home life to begin with. He mentions at one point that his mom doesn't want him pursuing a career in art, but Susan never inquires further. She's too busy looking outside the window at the ex she's still in love with. A very Susan thing to do. But Lynette confronts Barbara directly, and even though that interaction is brief and doesn't end with any substantial difference in Eddie's life, The next day, Lynette goes to his house and offers to let him live with her family for a little while, which he takes her up on immediately.
Okay. I'll come live with you.
Great. So just pack your bags and come on over.
What Lynette didn't know, though, was that right before she arrived on his doorstep, Edie had just strangled his mother to death after she found a scrapbook in his room filled with newspaper clippings of all the women he'd murdered. He kills Barbara when she tries to call the police, but not before this interaction.
Did you have anything to do with hurting those girls? Oh my God. How could you do something like this? Oh God, I didn't raise you to be like this.
Didn't you?
No! Yes, Barbara is a shitty mom, a comically shitty mom. But unless she enrolled Edie in a boot camp called the Violence Against Women Academy for Troubled Teens, she did not raise him to be a serial killer. I don't even think she raised him to be an incel. I only ever saw her telling her son to leave young women alone, not kill them if they won't sleep with you. And I know that one character saying something doesn't mean that the show is endorsing that perspective, but the show is absolutely endorsing Eddie's perspective. Throughout his arc, Edie is routinely depicted as a sad little boy who doesn't want to hurt women, but has been pushed to anyway because his mom is too mean and the other women in his life don't step in and save him from her abuse. Also, other women won't sleep with him, and that makes him sad. It helps that the guy playing Edie is really good at selling that. He looks so vulnerable and sad all the time, like his eyes are always on the verge of tears if he's not actively crying already, and you do feel extremely bad for him a lot of the time. His life is awful. But he's still a murderer. And not just a kid who gets overwhelmed by his emotions and acts out in singular moments of rage, which would be bad enough. Both Emily and Julie were premeditated attacks. He very much had time to collect himself and decide to not hurt those women, and he did it anyway. And then he chose to collect newspaper clippings reporting on his crimes. Clearly he's not that ashamed of what he did. He's making scrapbooks out of it. There's a reason Lynette was chosen as the housewife to swoop in as Eddie's savior, though. As previously discussed, at the end of season 5, Lynette learns that she's pregnant with twins. And keeping in mind that her character is in her late 40s at this point, I think she should technically be in her early 50s given the 5-year jump, but the show says 40s, so whatever. And she already has 4 kids, 5 if you count Tom's love child, who we haven't seen in about 2 seasons, and 6 if you count Tom, which I do. For obvious reasons, Lynette was a little apprehensive about having 2 more babies at this stage in her life, which Tom handles wonderfully, by the way.
None of them were planned, but I loved each of our kids the moment I knew they were coming. It's different this time. I don't love these babies.
Stop saying that.
Die! Die! Die!
The Edie and Barbara storyline functions as a sort of lesson for Lynette. She's apprehensive about having more children at the beginning of season 6, but her relationship with Edie proves her formidable maternal instincts, showing that she can handle having another child so late into her life because she is so good at being a mom, even to other people's children. While Edie is living in her house, he flies into a violent rage against one of Lynette's sons for calling her a bitch. Lynette is rightfully alarmed by Eddie's behavior, but she addresses it through gentle parenting. She doesn't kick him out, and she makes no attempt to punish him. Instead, she just tells Edie about her own rough childhood and teaches him some anger management coping skills. He implements those skills the next day as he watches Tom berate Lynette for not having dinner ready when he got home and successfully abstains from beating the shit out of him. Damn it. Lynette continues taking care of Edie, even getting him admitted into therapy. Under whose insurance, by the way? But he moves out of her house once police find Irina's body and start questioning the Scavos. While at the police station, Lynette learns that Barbara's body has also been found, and assuming Edie doesn't yet know of his mother's death, she goes to his house to tell him and ends up locked inside the rundown Orlovsky home, about to go into labor with a man she's just realized is a killer.
And your mom's not in Florida, is she?
I really wish you hadn't come here.
But of course, Edie doesn't kill or even attempt to kill Lynette, despite the fact that he killed his own mother along with 3, almost 4 other innocent women. Lynette is the mother he's always wanted, or supposedly needed. Right before he moved out of the Scavo home, he told Lynette that he thought everything would have ended up differently if she had been his mom, and we're meant to believe that he was right. After he helps Lynette give birth in the same living room he murdered his actual mother in, Lynette becomes the one person to successfully convince Edie to take responsibility for his crimes, even agreeing to call the police for him. Which Barbara also did, by the way. She just did it without Eddie's permission.
Why don't you hold the baby?
Don't hand your baby to a serial killer. When Mary Alice first confronted Barbara for leaving her 4-year-old son home alone, she told her that being a mother means always putting your child's needs ahead of your own. It's something Barbara was never able to do, and hence becomes the roots of her failures as a parent. It's also what separates Barbara from Lynette, and by extension is what we are supposed to think made Edie a killer. Jude Doyle writes in his book, "Women are meant to completely efface themselves in motherhood, to live for and in and through their children. But this means that a bad child infects the mother with his own sins and vice versa. In these stories, a woman who raises a monster is that monster." Desperate Housewives appears to agree, though without any sort of irony, self-awareness, or critical thought. As Mary Alice concludes at the end of Eddie's killing spree,
"Inside this house lives a monster, the kind who kills women. You may wonder how a monster like that came to be. The answer is simple. Monsters are created by other monsters."
And here's the thing, Desperate Housewives is a frequently problematic program. Throughout the series, you can find examples of racism, classism, misogyny, lesbophobia, fatphobia, whorephobia, etc. And while all that stuff is bad, to a point it's like, what are you gonna do? It was the mid-2000s, and with everything I know about Mark Cherry, I don't expect him to make a distinctly progressive show. He's described himself as a conservative, and his penchant for a repressive 1950s America is evident throughout the show, even while it's satirizing those aesthetics and values. From what's been said by people like Patty Lynn and Ricardo Chavira, I presume Mark was at least a little racist too. Maybe not in an explicitly hateful way, but growing up in a white Republican Southern Baptist home will do things to a person, explaining a lot of the ways people of color are depicted in the series. And going by some other behind-the-scenes discourse, particularly that sparked by Nicolette Sheridan's lawsuit against Mark and ABC, there's reason to believe Mark wasn't always the most respectful toward women either. Or his relationship to us is at least complicated. Felicity Huffman would often say that Mark has a vagina in his brain as an explanation for how he can write women's stories so well as a man. And Mark has spoken on several occasions about how his status as a gay man gives him an advantage as a writer making shows about women, since he doesn't objectify us in the way many straight male writers would. Mark has had deeply meaningful relationships with women his entire life. Relationships he said made him feel protected and understood. But the most significant relationship Mark has ever had with any woman, either in his childhood or his adult years, is the relationship he had with his mother. Maybe Mark recognized Martha's humanity outside of that one role, but he still primarily saw her as a mom. That too creates plenty of problematic moments on the show, as Mark tends to funnel all or most of his female characters into inhabiting maternal roles, sometimes in upsetting ways with some notable anti-choice rhetoric floating around certain Desperate Housewives plotlines. But that all still makes sense within the series schema. It's a show made by a gay man obsessed with his mother and what motherhood did to her. What doesn't make sense is Barbara. In so many ways, Eddie's storyline does not work within the Desperate Housewives universe from a thematic lens. The primary issue being, it's Eddie's storyline, and Edie is not a housewife. Throughout the entire show, the main characters' offspring are really only important to the extent that their actions affect their mothers. Even Andrew, who is the most developed of the kids, isn't on the show that much after season 3. He weaves in and out of his mother's life as adult children often do, showing up with a new fiancé we've never met, or exhibiting signs of alcoholism we didn't watch him develop, because we only experience Andrew from Bree's point of view. We learn about changes in his life the same time she does, because her perspective is the one that matters. Eddie is different, though. He isn't introduced as the son of Barbara, he's introduced as the friend of this kid who kinda looks like a young Billy Joe Armstrong. The first time we even get mention of Eddie's mom is in the episode right after Emily's death when he says this.
I gotta go home. My mom's so freaked out this could have been me. She wants me around. I'll give you a ride.
Is that true, though? Was Barbara actually worried that Eddie could be killed, or was that just a lie to get out of talking about the woman that he just murdered? It could really go either way. We don't get introduced to Barbara until the episode Epiphany, when we explore stages of Eddie's life through a series of flashbacks, and when Barbara dies at the hands of her son. For the most part, we see her as a purely abusive force in Eddie's life. Someone who takes every opportunity to neglect, insult, and humiliate her child. But in that first flashback, when Mary Alice finds Barbara at a bar, she does at least respond with some concern when Mary Alice says she has Eddie in her car.
Eddie, has something happened? He's not hurt, is he?
And she does express some remorse while explaining to Mary Alice why she decided to leave Eddie home alone that night.
I know I should have stayed home. But I was already dressed when the sitter canceled, and I really just needed a couple of hours to myself.
He's 4 years old, Barbara. What if he had hurt himself?
I know. It was really stupid.
You've got to promise me you will never do something like this again.
Never again.
It's not much, but it's the most human that Barbara will be portrayed as for the rest of the episode, and by extension, the rest of her arc on the show. Which opens up a lot of questions. Was Barbara only feigning concern and remorse in front of Mary Alice so she didn't look like a monster? Did she really intend to be a better parent but then failed when she felt too overwhelmed? Had she been a better mom when Eddie's dad was still around? Was her abuse of Eddie a result of her growing dependence on alcohol? Would sobriety have saved her relationship with her son, or was it doomed regardless of the vices she consumed because she's just that bad of a person? Seriously, who is this woman? Does she have friends? Does she have hobbies? What does she do for a living? Why is she watering this one dead plant with a hose in her front yard? And look, it's fine that Barbara is a shitty mom. Every woman on Wisteria Lane kind of is. The difference between her and them is that those other women aren't defined by their flaws as parents. They're whole people who have good and bad moments. People criticize the Applewhite storyline of season 2, and rightfully so, but even Betty Applewhite has some depth to her. She locks her developmentally disabled son in the basement, but it's because she thinks he might hurt someone, which could put his own life at risk if he gets arrested, and Betty only thinks that that's a risk because her other son low-key framed his brother for a girl's murder. Even Betty in her own way is doing her best, and we do see her doing other stuff that hints at a personhood beyond her maternal status. She plays the piano. That's kind of it, but it's something. It's a hobby. It implies a richer past that we aren't privy to, which makes her feel more human. Barbara's failures as a mother, though, are presented as inseparably linked to her overall shittiness as a person, 'cause it's all we see of her. The only hobbies we know she has are drinking and getting new boyfriends, and both of those things are explored only as far as they affect Eddie's upbringing and paint Barbara as a horrible mom. But the idea that a woman should be reduced to her competency as a parent is contradictorily called out in a different episode. In season 3, Edie does something very similar to Barbara. She leaves her young child at home alone while she goes out drinking with a random dude, only to be lectured on good parenting by Carlos, to which Edie laments the following day.
I know you think I'm a terrible person.
I never said that.
Terrible mother, terrible person, it's the same thing. Because no matter what else she does, if a woman isn't a good mother, she's a failure, right? Look, when I had Travers, I knew I was in over my head. And when Charles and I split, I gave him custody. And that doesn't make me a good mother, but I like to think it makes me a realistic one.
That moment is treated with the utmost sincerity. Carlos realizes he shouldn't be so judgmental of Edie just because she's made mistakes as a mother, and the audience is meant to consider the validity of Edie's personhood outside of her abilities as a caregiver. That episode, by the way, is narrated by the ghost of Bree's first husband, Rex, instead of Mary Alice. It's like the one episode of the series that specifically emphasizes the experience of the adult male characters rather than the housewives. So we are seeing this entire scenario from Carlos's perspective. Yet the writers still knew well enough to give Edie's response to Carlos's judgment some emotional weight, because the show, while portraying Edie as a mess, still definitely does consider her a person.
Susan, have you been able to find old clothes for Edie? She has nothing to wear.
I thought that was the look she was going for.
Oh, Susan, Edie may be trash, but she's still a human being.
This is so beside the point, but I just want to point out that that clip is from the episode after Susan lit Edie's house on fire. So Susan is literally the reason that Edie needed donated clothing, and she's still making jokes calling her a slut. She's the worst. Eddie got to be a compassion-worthy human outside of his crimes against women. We saw his pain, his loneliness, his bad stand-up comedy, and all we saw of Barbara was that she sucks, automatically framing her as the true villain of the Fairview Strangler arc, which is exactly how a lot of the audience took her. On the Eddie Orlovsky page of the Desperate Housewives fandom wiki, the comments are full of people justifying Eddie's killing spree and blatantly blaming Barbara for his crimes. One person writes, "He has damaged self-esteem from the comments his so-called mother made about him, and he felt angry because no one was there to help him. Until Annette came along, he always felt guilty after killing a woman, but could not help it because he had been picked on his whole life, and he at least did not bring a gun to school." Yeah, I guess there's that. To be fair, most of these comments are at least like 10 years old, and a lot of them were probably written by children, especially the ones talking about how cute Eddie is and how they have a crush on him now. Knowing it was probably a kid that wrote "Irina totally deserved it," though, doesn't really make me feel better. But let's get more modern. If we roll on over to YouTube, and look, you're already here. On a pretty recent upload that is just the entire scene of Eddie killing his mother, you will find comments from 1 year ago or less saying things like, "Poor Eddie, he didn't deserve this hell," or "I didn't even feel sorry for this specific victim, aka the mother. She created all this." And then if we move over to the Desperate Housewives subreddit, which is surprisingly active, there are multiple posts about the Eddie storyline and many different perspectives on it. One that I got a good kick out of was, "Eddie is easily the most pathetic character on the show. Wah, I can't get a girlfriend, so I'm gonna kill women." A reasonable enough take, but here are some of the replies. "He killed women because his mom made laughing at him a trigger." Okay, again, Emily didn't laugh at him. Also, doesn't he want to be a stand-up comedian? If you care about psychology, you'd understand this better. He didn't choose to kill them. It was more his rage escalated because of the laughter so much that he couldn't control himself. If you've never not been able to control yourself, I'm not going to be able to explain this to you. Yeah, if you care about psychology, You'd know that some people can't help it if they become serial killers, and you should stop being so judgmental of them. And then the next comment, your post sounds insensitive. It's not just a phase for him. His whole education damaged him deeply. From my point of view, he's the perfect example of how circumstances can turn you into a bad person. He was not a monster. He just had extremely bad luck and made the wrong choices. But deep down, he had a good heart. He perfectly summed it up to Lynette. If I had a mother like you, I would not be like this. Both of those replies had more upvotes than the original post. But I don't want to make it seem like the Desperate Housewives subreddit is dominantly pro-Edie. I've been checking it out every now and then while working on this video, and there's really nothing those people seem to agree on, except apparently the subreddit's official support of Palestine, which makes sense given Marcia Cross's pro-Palestine advocacy, and the fact that the show kinda did seem to take a stance on the issue all the way back in 2004.
And if things do get too rough, we'll have a control word. If one of us says it, the other backs off immediately.
Okay, so what's our control word?
You pick a control word.
How about Boise?
Boise?
What's the matter with Boise?
We're gonna be doing psychological role-playing here, Bree, and a funny word like Boise will ruin the mood. We need something that sounds serious.
How about Palestine?
Boise will be just fine.
But there are plenty of posts blatantly calling out the weird support Eddie's character has gotten from other users. And to prove how split the subreddit really is, someone posted a poll a year ago asking if it's Edie or Barbara that's the real monster, and the results are evenly split 79 to 79. We can maybe say the scales are tipped a little bit more toward Edie being the monster, given that there's only one comment on that post, and it says, please. Last time I checked, Barbara didn't kill 5 women out of spite. An excellent point. But the fact that there's even a question for viewers as to who the real monster is, the man that kills women who won't sleep with him, or the negligent mother whom that man also killed, means that Desperate Housewives fully betrayed the perspective they once set out to present. I don't definitively know that Eddie Orlovsky was meant to be another fictionalized version of Ed Gein. I couldn't find any interviews of Mark Cherry or anyone else on the production talking about the inspiration for his character, but there are visual references to Psycho in the episode where Barbara dies, and the character's name is literally Eddie, so I can't imagine the similarities are coincidental. And that's what makes this plotline feel so gross. It's intentional in its utilization of a sexist horror trope that most of Desperate Housewives was devoted to standing against, sometimes in very blatant terms. In season 1, right after Andrew hit a woman with his car while driving under the influence, Bree is conflicted on what to do with her son. Her first instinct is to protect him by hiding the evidence of his guilt, but she second-guesses that plan when she begins seeing Andrew as someone with no remorse for his actions. She essentially begs him to display any amount of shame and prove that he isn't a monster without a soul. And when he fails to do that, she asks him why she shouldn't just turn him in, to which he responds,
"Because I'm your son. That would make you the monster."
It's clear from the rest of the episode preceding that moment that Bree is already questioning what culpability she has in the man her son is turning out to be. Andrew is perceptive enough to know that, and to know why it matters. The burden his mother carries to ensure her children don't grow up to be horrible people is one she alone carries. While Bree stews in guilt after discovering Andrew's crimes, her husband Rex, Andrew's father, doesn't seem nearly as disturbed by his son's actions. Both parents want to protect their child, but Rex's priority is to protect him from the law, not prevent him from becoming a dangerous person. An issue that comes up well before the hit-and-run incident.
Your son decided to entertain some of his friends yesterday by shoving a freshman's head into a locker.
This was the Johnson boy?
Yes, he broke the boy's nose. Because of our no-tolerance policy, your son may face expulsion.
You're gonna ruin his whole future over a little roughhousing?
Rex, this was practically assault.
And if one of those parents is to blame for Andrew hitting a woman with his car, Rex is the one that bought him the car. which he did, by the way, against Bree's wishes in a clear attempt to win his children's favor amidst their separation. And the reason Andrew was drinking that night in the first place was because he had just gotten into a fight with his father, who refused to let Andrew live with him in his shitty motel room.
These last few months have been incredibly difficult for me. There are a lot of things that I've got to work out for myself, and I can't do it if you're living with me.
Rex doesn't feel guilty for what happened to that woman, though. His method of parenting primarily revolves around his need to be liked by his children. It's why he showers them with gifts, resists punishing them for their wrongdoings, and makes excuses for their behavior.
What Andrew did was clearly wrong, but in his defense, his mother and I are going through severe marital problems.
Is that relevant?
Our marriage is disintegrating. Of course Andrew was acting out. He has every right to be angry.
If Andrew's angry about you moving out of the house, then perhaps he should shove your head into a locker.
All I'm saying is that we need to take some of the responsibility here.
So does Andrew.
He has no reason to burden himself with whether or not his kids are good people, because that's not his job. It's Bree's, the parent who isn't living out of a motel despite their obvious wealth, just to ensure that no one is holding them responsible for the development of their children. When Andrew says turning him in will make Bree the monster, he isn't threatening her conscience or her need to do right by her son. He's threatening her reputation, something he knows she cares about greatly, and something that could be destroyed completely if her son's misdeeds ever became public and she became seen as the person responsible for them. It's never portrayed by the series that this situation is fair to Bree. She's not a perfect mom, and she is definitely doing something wrong by helping her son and husband cover up what happened, something that actually comes back to bite her in the ass in season 7, even as Andrew is totally forgiven for what he did. But the audience is never led to believe that Bree actually should be held responsible for her son's crimes. What he did was not her fault, and the position she finds herself in this scene is clearly the result of an injustice that already existed within this family dynamic, where Bree singularly carries the burden of every sin committed in her household. Much of Bree's storylines throughout the show exist in defiance against Ed Gein-style tropes. In a different TV series or film, she could easily be vilified in the same ways that Augusta Gein has been. The mythology of Augusta certainly shares some similarities to the characterization of Bree. She's oppressive of her son's sexuality, specifically from a fundamentalist Christian perspective.
Why do you keep going on about this?
Because if you don't change who you are, then you won't go to heaven.
She's often seen by others as a domineering woman who emasculates the men in her life.
Well, it's just that grilling is such a manly pastime. If I suggested that Orson somehow failed to produce the perfect steak, you might see it as another example of emasculation.
You're not going to let that go, are you?
Well, for all I know, telling Orson his steak tastes like charcoal might be deballing him.
And she's highly judgmental of others in their failure to adhere to her moral standards.
True, I never bought her eldest daughter a gift, but you know my policy. No husband, no baby gift.
But none of those qualities are used to vilify Bree, probably because all of them are based on Martha Cherry. Like Augusta Gein, Martha had some upsetting beliefs about sex and its relation to the Bible.
And by the way, the correct word is not gay, it's sodomy.
We're in the middle of dinner.
So
can you at least wait till dessert before calling our son a sodomite?
And like Ed, supposedly, Mark is a man who loved his mother so much that in his adulthood, he continuously attempted to recreate her using the bodies of other women.
And a note that I've given to Marsha on occasion is dryer. Dryer. Just throw it away, dryer.
I would like it on the record as well. The Cherry family did live for a time in a semi-isolated farmhouse.
My mother started sharing stories with me about how alone and desperate she had been when my father was off getting his degree, his master's at the University of Oklahoma, and we were alone on my grandparents' farm out, 30 miles out of town. And it was just her and us 3 kids.
Mark and Ed have a lot in common, is all I'm saying. There isn't great evidence that Ed Gein was queer in any way, but he was a soft-spoken man who killed women and deeply loved his mother. During his questioning, an interrogator implied that Ed was confused about his gender because he took care of his mom toward the end of her life the way a mother takes care of her child, thereby switching their roles and making Ed think he's a girl now. And I'm so confused by that because, He was the only family member she had left, and she was sick, and they were poor. So, was he just supposed to let her die? What was the alternative other than him taking care of her? Remember, fellas, if your mom has 2 strokes and no one to take care of her but you, that's kinda gay. Or trans, I guess. But the idea that Ed Gein was trans or a cross-dresser or, as Felicity Huffman might put it, had a vagina in his brain, was an idea that was put out into the world before Ed was even evaluated by psychologists. Life magazine published an 8-page pictorial saying Ed wished to become a woman the same day that Time magazine article came out, which was weeks before anything had been recorded for his evals. It was all just assumptions based off of certain beliefs of the era. See, around the time Ed committed his crimes, the world of psychology had recently been rocked by the work of a man named Sigmund Freud. One of Freud's central theories is called the Oedipus complex, which states that men come to adulthood by rejecting their initial attachments to their mother in order to inhabit the more dominant masculine role of their fathers. Gay men, according to Freud, are just men that never got past that original phase of, liking your mom or something. Jude Doyle writes in his book, "The figure of the emasculating, effeminizing, too much mother was omnipresent in mid-20th century psychology. She could be castrating and emasculating, or she could coddle her boys into marshmallows, but either way, she was the mother of monsters, the deviant from whom all other deviants sprang." This vampiric figure would have been on the mind of every psychiatrist who handled Gein, or who noted that his attachment to his mother was closer than to the father. His doctors tried to explain necrophilia the same way they explained same-sex attraction, because in their eyes, it was more or less the same problem. Whether Gein went for dead women or live men, his sex life did not contain the correct object. Nor did it matter what his reasonings for preferring his mother were. It didn't matter that his father hurt him, or that his mother, he claimed, was kind. Being a functional man within patriarchy meant knowing whose side to take. Only a pervert would prefer his mother to his father. Only a bad mother would permit that sort of excessive love. Given the terms of psychiatric diagnosis at the time of her son's capture, Augusta never had a chance of being seen as anything but a monster. Now, if only there was something in Desperate Housewives, maybe a scene from one of the earliest episodes of the series that could indicate what the show's overall perspective was on Freudian psychology and the Oedipus complex. Damn. Oh, wait.
I took psychology in college. We learned all about Freud, a miserable human being.
What makes you say that?
Well, think about it. He grew up in the late 1800s. There were no appliances back then. His mother had to do everything by hand, just back-breaking work from sunup to sundown, not to mention the countless other sacrifices she probably had to make to take care of her family. And what does he do? He grows up and becomes famous, peddling a theory that the problems of most adults can be traced back to something awful their mother has done. She must have felt so betrayed. He saw how hard she worked. He saw what she did for him. Did he even ever think to say thank you? I doubt it.
Just so you know, many of Freud's theories have been discredited.
Good.
Desperate Housewives was never a consistently great show, though. Its first season was mostly fantastic, though with 23 episodes, of course it had its peaks and valleys. Season 2 is where the show took a big dip in quality, but everyone working on the series has long copped to that, and the explanation given was that Mark had taken a less active role in the series creatively. He rededicated himself for Season 3, perhaps becoming even more obsessive in his control over decisions both big and small, and Season 3 was better. Many critics noted its improvement over the previous year. It produced an episode that's often considered to be one of the greatest of the series, and it contains one of my favorite scenes from the show, which is quite an accomplishment since it is a scene that centers Susan. Season 4 was pretty good too, though it suffered slightly, like many shows of the era, when its production was interrupted midway through by the 2007 to 2008 writer's strike. Season 5 was fine and had some notable highlights, but it was clear the show was losing steam and the ratings reflected it, falling to number 9 in the rankings for the 2008 to 2009 television season. The show would fall out of the top 10 completely for the first time the following year. A lot of people say that season 2 is the worst season of Desperate Housewives, but I think it was just the worst season that most people were still watching. The Applewhite storyline was rough, but other than that, the show still had a lot going for it. Bree's arc was great, Lynette got plenty of fun stuff to do, Gabby was starting to be written with a lot more depth than before, and if you tolerated Susan's plotlines in the first season, it doesn't really get any worse, I think. To be honest, during my most recent rewatch of the series, to save time, I did start fast-forwarding through a lot of Susan's scenes, so I'm not 100% sure what all her character got up to that year, but I'm pretty sure it was the same. However bad season 2 was, though, season 6 is way worse. It is unbelievably lazy from a writing standpoint, in ways that the show had never really been before, or at least hadn't been so consistently throughout an entire year of programming. At certain points, it feels like the writers were just recycling old scripts but altering previous plot lines slightly by just making them worse. We spend way too much time following characters that were just introduced and don't actually matter to the rest of the series, conflicts that get built up as if they're going to have huge ramifications for the core characters' relationships get resolved in the span of like half an episode once they reach their climax. And there's one conflict that gets presented as like a both of these characters have reason to be mad at each other kind of thing, but they don't. One of the characters is clearly in the right, the other is clearly in the wrong, and the idea that I should be giving the latter person any amount of sympathy is infuriating, especially since that person's actions don't even make sense for their character by that point in their development. The Edie storyline isn't the worst written plot the show ever released. It isn't even the worst storyline of that season. It's just the most objectionable thing the show ever did, because it's the one storyline that you can say without a doubt the writers knew better than to make it. It's not simply lazy like the rest of season 6. It doesn't fit thematically into the show at all, and that's something that's bothered me for years. Originally, this whole video was just supposed to be about the Edie plotline and how I thought that it was like bad and a betrayal to the rest of the show thematically, but as I was trying to put everything together, I just felt like I needed to understand how this happened. Why did they do this? At first I was like, maybe this is just representative of the limitations of men writing stories about women. A male executive producer is probably more likely to fall back on sexist tropes more than a female showrunner might be. And it's not like Desperate Housewives hasn't displayed some sexist tendencies before. But that's a lazy explanation and way too broad to be accurate. Men can write for women perfectly fine if that's something that they put enough care into being thoughtful about doing, and for the most part, I do think Mark Cherry cared. He's a flawed person, but he's capable of writing thoughtful stories about women when he wants to, and women are perfectly capable of writing just as sexist of storylines as men are, so that can't be it. We could, of course, try to psychoanalyze Mark and say that his treatment of the fictional Barbara was in some way a method for him to punish his own mother for her flaws as a parent, but I don't really think that's it either. I've watched and read a lot of interviews with Mark Cherry over the past few months, and I don't think there's anything inside that man that even subconsciously wants to punish his mother. He loved her, and Barbara doesn't resemble Martha in any shape or form anyway. Then I thought maybe this was like a season 2 thing where Mark wasn't super actively involved in the writing process, and so the story suffered because of it. It lost his vision, and that would make some sense. Just like season 2 sucked, but then season 3 was a lot better, season 6 is bad, but at least the first half of season 7 is pretty good. It loses steam as it goes, and certain plot lines flop hard, but there's definitely good shit in there, including attempts at some fairly poignant commentary on the social politics of suburbia, which the series forgets about after like 2 episodes, but it is there for a second. The beginning of season 7 makes the series feel ambitious again, like it had something to say and was coming back to its roots, so maybe it was. Maybe season 6 just wasn't being manned by the same people, namely its overbearing showrunner. And maybe that's why it was so bad. Near as I can tell though, Mark Cherry was just as involved in season 6 as any of the other seasons. In fact, it doesn't look like there was any substantial difference in the production credits for that year. And Mark himself is credited as the writer for the episode Epiphany, the one with all the Edie flashbacks where he kills his mom. So he definitely had a big hand in crafting that arc. And he maybe even wrote the line about monsters being created by other monsters. So that's not it. And the only real commentary I could find about why this plotline was written was Mark saying that he wanted to do a Who Shot JR style mystery where a main character gets attacked by an unknown person, hence Julie gets strangled in the first episode. But as much as I'd like to blame Dallas for this whole thing, that doesn't even make sense. The reason Who Shot JR worked was because JR was a villain of Dallas who multiple characters had reason to want dead. Julie couldn't even remain on bad terms with the friend that slept with her boyfriend. So clearly the person that strangled her isn't a character we've been introduced to yet. There's a much more effective whodunit mystery arc in season 7 with Paul Young, meaning I have a hard time believing that the Fairview Strangler arc was really Mark's big attempt at copying Dallas. When he wanted to craft a decent Who Shot JR mystery, he was definitely capable of doing it, and the Eddie Orlovsky plot is not that. So how did the Eddie plotline happen? Why did Desperate Housewives do this? I thought, and I thought, and I thought, and the only explanation I could come up with that made any amount of sense to me is just that because it's a soap opera.
Don't miss the soaps on ABC. On One Life to Live, only Bo can save Asa from betrayal in Venice. And suspense on General Hospital.
Did Ginny Blake kill Brooke?
The hottest stories are on ABC Daytime this month.
Toward the end of the 1970s, after a little over a decade on TV, General Hospital's ratings were plummeting. The show was close to cancellation, but its new executive producer Gloria Monty had a plan to bring younger viewers to the series and boost their dwindling numbers. She and head writer Douglas Marland took the teenage side character Laura Vining, played by a 17-year-old Jeannie Francis, and brought her to the forefront of the show. Following the moderate success of that decision, Gloria and her writers then brought a new character into the fray to add increased conflict into Laura's life, a man named Luke Spencer, played by Anthony Geary. Luke was quickly written to be an edgy love interest for Laura, and originally was planned to die in Laura's arms by the end of Anthony's 13-week contract. When Patty Falcon Smith replaced Douglas Marland as head writer midway through Luke and Laura's initial storyline, however, Pat developed a new conflict that would forever alter the path of General Hospital and pretty much every other soap opera by extension. In an episode that aired in October of 1979, Luke rapes Laura on the empty dance floor of a disco in a scene that was, all things considered, pretty tastefully done. You see enough of the attack to know that Laura did not consent to Luke's advances. It is upsetting and brutal and unambiguous, but the camera cuts away early enough for it to not be gratuitous. Prior to filming the episode, producers had Anthony and Jeannie meet with social workers to prepare for the scene, and after the attack, the character Laura is clearly traumatized and seeks crisis counseling. The writers and producers were taking the storyline seriously as a crime, as something scarring and scary. Audiences were responding really well to Anthony Geary, though. His performance was captivating, and Luke, as a character, was rich with complexities. He was supposed to die after 13 weeks, with the assault being the end of any burgeoning romance between Luke and Laura, but General Hospital had been so close to cancellation just a year prior that the new popularity of Luke and Laura as a potential couple was something the writers didn't really want to risk ending. Even the assault scene became so outrageously popular that the instrumental song playing in the background quickly shot to #1 on Billboard charts and was later sampled in the Biggie song Hypnotize, with the sample being selected by the legendary music producer Diddy, which I guess makes sense. Anthony and Jeannie had enough chemistry with one another that resuming a romance between the characters didn't seem like the worst idea. And plenty of soap opera romances have contained instances of questionable consent before, so it's not the most ridiculous thing to happen. The problem for General Hospital, though, was that the scene they filmed wasn't really one of questionable consent. It was a violent attack, and there was really no way around that. So they just refilmed it. For every episode going forward, when the show cut to a flashback from that night, the scene was framed as more of a seduction than an assault, giving the writers an easy path to explore a romantic relationship with Luke and Laura without actually having to reckon with the storyline they knew that they had written. In November of 1981, Luke and Laura were married during a wedding special that became the highest-rated episode in daytime TV history. It featured a guest spot from Elizabeth Taylor, who'd requested to appear as she'd become a fan of the show, while Princess Diana, in the year of her own royal wedding, sent the actors a bottle of champagne to celebrate their fictional nuptials, though Jeannie was still a year too young to drink it. Luke and Laura became the originators of the term super couple, a popular soap opera trope that's found its way into pretty much every other genre of serialized narrative television, which the world is better for. Luke and Laura's romance was a wildly popular story arc that helped usher in the peak era of soap operas in the 1980s, an era where soaps made up 50% of ABC's overall revenue. The importance that pairing has to TV history should not be overlooked. The wedding was a legit cultural reset. But its origins were kinda disgusting, and a lot of people knew it. Linda Gottlieb was one of those people. Linda had been brought on as the new showrunner for the once gritty and realistic soap One Life to Live in 1991, but she didn't like soap operas, and One Life to Live had long lost its artistic edge over the rest of daytime as it succumbed to the cheesy soap opera tropes of its time. Linda told the Decoder Ring podcast that after getting the offer to work as the series' executive producer, she sat down and watched the most recent 2 weeks' worth of episodes from One Life to Live and thought it was the worst thing she'd ever seen. But she was interested in the opportunity to change that. She wanted to bring One Life to Live back to its roots as a soap opera with artistic value, something that told real stories that reflected real people's lives. She brought acclaimed novelist Michael Malone with her to work as the new series head writer. Like Linda, Michael had no experience working in daytime TV, but he also wanted to make stories with social relevance, and together, they restaffed and retooled One Life to Live to reestablish itself as a soap with something to say, eventually prompting Entertainment Weekly to declare the series as airing some of the most literate drama to ever hit daytime, making the show, quote, too good to be called a soap opera. At the time, date rape on college campuses was becoming an increased concern across America, and the opportunity to talk about such a serious topic with a proper amount of empathy toward real victims was also an opportunity to stand against soap opera tropes seen with couples like Luke and Laura. Linda and Michael began working on a storyline that would take the crime of sexual assault seriously. For their victim, they selected an already established character from the show, a young girl named Marty Saybrook, who previously bullied another character for being gay and started a smear campaign against a reverend who rejected her romantic advances. A new character was then written to be Marty's assailant, played by Roger Howarth. Originally, Roger was cast as frat boy number 1, but his performance was so impressive to producers that the writers continued fleshing his character out past his original minor role to that of the complexly written villain Todd Manning. Todd and Marty have a one-night stand at the start of their relationship, but Todd rejects Marty immediately afterward. When he pursues her again, she rejects him, provoking a shared bitterness between the two. It gets worse after Marty agrees to tutor Todd and he fails a class required for him to stay on the football team. He blames Marty and so assaults her at a frat party alongside 2 of his friends, leaving her shattered and traumatized. Marty presses charges against Todd and 3 of his friends, one of which was not one of her attackers. She didn't know that initially, as her memory from that night was hazy and confused. But by retracting her claims against the one innocent student, she made herself look less credible to the jury. The whole story was built around challenges a real-life victim might run into. A previous consensual encounter with her assailant, a past that doesn't paint her as an angel, a fuzzy memory of the night of her attack, etc. The one thing that saves Marty from her attackers going free is that another woman comes forward in court to say that Todd had previously attacked her as well. And still, the trial is hell for Marty. She relives her trauma on the stand, and she's taunted by Todd in the courtroom, causing her at one point to lose control and attack him. It was all based around feelings real victims could relate to, as Linda and Michael regularly had their scripts reviewed by social workers familiar with these types of cases. They were evolving past the way soap operas usually dealt with subjects like this, and they were intent on making something different from shows like General Hospital in their romanticization of non-consensual encounters. When Susan Haskell, Marty's original actress, was first told that her character was going to be raped, she told producers that if they ever tried to pair Marty up romantically with one of her assailants, she would quit the show. They promised her that wouldn't happen, and Todd was planned to end his storyline in prison following his eventual conviction. Audiences were responding really well to Roger Howarth, though. His performance was captivating, and Todd, as a character, was rich with complexities. I think you know where this is going. Following an initial mistrial, when Todd and his cohort's defense attorney throws the case intentionally after discovering her client's guilt, Todd attempts to attack Marty again, this time unsuccessfully. Marty manages to secretly record Todd confessing to what he'd done to her, sending him and his 2 friends to prison. While incarcerated, he makes plans for revenge. He soon escapes prison and goes on a bunch of little adventures, tortures his first defense attorney, kidnaps a woman, fun stuff like that. It seems like Todd is getting progressively eviler until he saves Marty and a couple children from a car wreck. Somehow that got him an early parole, even though he committed more crimes since he was initially charged. But he goes to therapy and he realizes that his violence toward women was actually him recreating the cruelty he observed from his abusive father. Eventually, he apologizes to Marty and begins to process the pain he's caused her, which Marty responds well to. The writers were giving Todd a redemption arc, which a good chunk of the One Life to Live audience was eating up, largely due to the fantastic on-screen charisma of Roger Howarth, who was somehow becoming the central character of the show. Possibly more than anyone else, though, there was one person who hated the way that Todd's character arc was moving, and that one person was Roger Howarth. He had been playing Todd as a psychopath since he got hired to the series, but the romanticization of sexual assault was such a common trope in soap operas that a small but loud portion of the One Life to Live audience took to Roger's character in troubling ways. Sometimes when Roger went into public, women would yell "Rape me, Todd" at him on the street, or tell him that their 7-year-old children loved him on the show. Roger did very little press at the time, as the experience for him was deeply unsettling, and redeeming his character was only going to make the problem worse, as the writers were moving toward portraying Todd as a potential romantic lead for Marty. Though he had gone from an unknown actor hired to play a limited-run, nameless character on a soap opera to a multi-millionaire as a One Life to Live lead, as the writers got closer to pairing his character up with his victim, Roger got upset enough to leave the show entirely in 1995.
I didn't feel terrible playing a terrible person. When they started to redeem that person is when it began to get sticky, because from my standpoint, we were forgiving sexual violence and making excuses for bad behavior. I felt somehow that we were actually promoting violence against women, and it was confusing to me because the show was produced by women, written by women, and designed to be watched by women.
Unfortunately, to get out of his contract early, Roger had to agree that he wouldn't start working on another soap opera. And after a couple months of not being able to find work anywhere else, he came back to playing Todd Manning just 6 months after leaving.
There was a shame. I spent every dollar I made playing Todd Manning. I couldn't get rid of it fast enough. And I was stuck in this weird cycle because I didn't want to be the guy who was doing that, but I didn't know what else to do. But looking back on it, I took the money.
Years went by, the series switched showrunners and head writers a couple times, and Todd's history as a rapist informed his character increasingly less as the show moved into the new century. But in 2003, Michael Malone returned as the series head writer, and Roger started hearing rumblings that plans were again being made to link Todd and Marty romantically. Thankfully this time, Roger's contract was approaching its renewal period. As long as he completed the contract he had and he didn't try to exit early like before, there were no restrictions on him working on another soap opera. So, that's what he did. He moved to As the World Turns in 2003, then General Hospital in 2012, where he's played at least 3 different characters, one of which was Todd Manning after One Life to Live went off air and General Hospital absorbed some of its stories. But like a soap star can play multiple roles in the same series, one character can easily be played by multiple actors. While Roger was spending the remainder of the 2000s on As the World Turns, Todd Manning lived on One Life to Live, then played by the actor Trevor St. John. Over the course of a couple years, the writers slowly moved Trevor's Todd back to having a potential romance with Marty. This time, though, with a twist. Since it was unrealistic to think that Marty would entertain the thought of sleeping with the man who once caused her so much pain, the writers decided an easy way around that dilemma was to put Marty into a car accident from which she suffers amnesia. Todd nurses her back to health, even helping her walk again, and the two grow close without Marty having any clue that the man taking care of her is a man that once viciously attacked her. In November of 2008, Todd and Marty officially have sex for the first time since their one-night stand at the start of the assault arc. But while plenty of viewers had pushed for there to be a romance between those two back in the 90s, this was 2008, and the vibes had changed. Even General Hospital, for at least a decade by that point, had been trying to reconcile with the gross origins of its most popular couple. The writers had returned to the initial storyline that Luke, in fact, did assault Laura that night at the disco rather than seduce her, and they began exploring what that fact meant for Luke and Laura's ongoing relationship. In both 1998 and 2007, Luke is shown explaining to his and Laura's children what he once did to their mother in scenes that are painfully complex with emotion.
How could a man do that to a woman that he loves? How could she even look at him again, let alone forgive him, have kids with him?
What happened was between your mother and your father, Lulu. It had to be so complicated. Just try not to judge.
No, it's not about judging. It's about trying to understand how love can get so twisted and that my mom could marry him.
They aren't perfectly written scenes. Luke's previous actions still get painted as the outcome of his uncontrollable love and desire for his victim. But the soap world was making efforts to acknowledge how uncomfortable a lot of its history was in regards to romance and non-consent. Unsurprisingly then, Todd's seduction of an amnesiac Marty was correctly flagged by viewers as another rape scene, despite it being framed by the show as a romance. It sparked outrage amongst critics, fans, and victim advocates, with SoapOperaSource.com calling the story disgraceful and offensive. Always folding to audience demand, One Life to Live had to pivot again. Todd comes to the conclusion a few months later, once producers had gotten enough negative feedback, that by sleeping with Marty while she couldn't remember who he was violating her consent once more, and that's not cute. The best retcon was still a ways out, though. In 2011, 3 years after the Amnesia story first premiered, One Life to Live did something actually kind of incredible.
This man is not Todd Manning.
I am. I'm Todd Manning. And I'm home.
Yeah, so after 8 years of being gone, Roger came back to the show in 2011, and everything his character had done as played by Trevor St. John for 8 years was explained as having been the actions of Todd's twin brother, Victor, who had assumed his identity.
This guy has a relationship with Marty Saybrook, and none of you figured out that he wasn't me? It didn't occur to you that that might not be something that I would do?
You don't know anything about it, dude. She had amnesia. She didn't know who I was.
She didn't know she was falling in love with a rapist.
Okay, well, that explains Marty's thinking, but what's your excuse?
Well, I was getting a second chance. I thought that if Marty could find some good in me, then I could redeem myself.
Are you kidding?
It's pretty fun. But the thing to highlight here is that this entire debacle started with the best of intentions. The original storyline of Marty and Todd was a harrowing depiction of sexual violence as it happens. It was a soap opera's artistic peak, honoring its audience with a storyline that was topical, compelling, and so effective as social commentary that it would later be labeled the gold standard of depicting rape on screen. And the show just kind of threw that all away in service of a cheap romance plot that it specifically hadn't wanted to emulate from other soap operas. The really frustrating thing about the Luke and Laura and Todd and Marty storylines of General Hospital and One Life to Live is that the writers of those plots so clearly knew that the romanticization of sexual assault was wrong. If Luke and Laura getting together had been at all permissible from what they had originally written, producers of General Hospital wouldn't have had to reshoot that scene at the disco in order to make their new storyline less egregious. And not only did the producers of One Life to Live initially set out to make a story that didn't follow the path of Luke and Laura, they actively watched as one of their actors struggled to deal emotionally with the redemption arc they made his character complete. Even if they didn't know the harms that storyline could have in a broader social context, which they did, they saw the harms it was having on Roger, and they kept going anyway because that was the story they thought the audience wanted. Women-targeted media often bends to the present wants of its audience, for better or for worse. In her article calling Carrie Bradshaw TV's first female anti-hero, Emily Nussbaum calls out Sex and the City's finale as displaying a failure of nerve in how the series gave in to romantic comedy tropes it once decidedly exposed as toxic. Yet again, we can't say the writers of that show didn't know better because the showrunner himself has since come out and called Sex and the City's final episode a betrayal of the rest of the series. At least part of the reason Season 6 of Desperate Housewives is so bad is that 3 main characters' storylines changed drastically between its original concept and the filming. There's a love triangle with Mike, Susan, and Catherine that begins in Season 5. A season that ends with Mike at the altar flipping back the veil of an unidentified bride, which was supposed to be revealed at the start of Season 6 as Catherine. But in the short break between the filming of Seasons 5 and 6, Mark Cherry realized that most of the audience wanted to see Mike marrying Susan instead.
People let me know it had to be Susan that Mike was marrying. They kind of just told me, and I got a little scared of the fans.
I don't know what Season 6 would have looked like with Catherine as the bride, but I can't imagine it being any worse than what we wound up getting. Catherine's character gets turned into a complete joke for most of the season. It feels so disconnected from all her previous characterization, which was already pretty inconsistent to begin with. And Mike's response to the whole thing also feels so out of character, while Susan doesn't really have a whole lot to do other than be sad her daughter got attacked because she was clearly supposed to be the one having the mental breakdown that got hoisted onto Catherine. A less important character. It is a completely nonsensical storyline that only exists because Mark didn't want to piss off the fans. But writing a good story means that occasionally you have to piss off the fans. And mainstream popular media specifically targeted toward women, like soap operas, often doesn't have the nerve to do that because real-time popularity is all a lot of these shows have any real chance at achieving. At the beginning of this video, I said that General Hospital has a record-breaking 16 Daytime Emmy Awards for Outstanding Drama Series. For the record, since I filmed that, the 2024 Daytime Emmys have happened, and the show is now up to 17. But when I first came across that claim that General Hospital has more awards in that specific category than any other show, I thought, oh, that's cool. I wonder how many Emmys it has overall, like in all the categories. That seems like it should be a simple question to answer. If I Google, how many Emmys does The Sopranos have? The answer comes up immediately. 21 wins. Yay! Game of Thrones, 59. Family Guy, 9. Seinfeld, 10. It's very easy to find this stuff out. Usually. But if I Google, how many Emmys does General Hospital have? The results are either from pages talking about how many times it's won for Outstanding Drama Series, which I of course already know, or it's articles telling me how many Emmys it won at the most recent Daytime Emmy ceremony. I could not find a single website that had tallied how many Emmys it's won just overall. Even when I went to the Wikipedia page titled General Hospital Awards, it has a big long list of everything General Hospital has won since 1974 until 2017. The Wikipedia page is 7 years out of date. To give the show some amount of respect, I decided to literally just go through the list of nominees and winners from every year of the Daytime Emmys and just straight up count how many times General Hospital has won. The answer, by my calculation, which could be off by a few, is 154. Now, is that the most Emmys that any show has ever received? No. Sesame Street has 222. But is it the second most? Or does any other show have more awards than Sesame Street? I don't know, and there's a very real possibility that nobody else does either, because that would require tallying up every single show that's ever won at the Daytime Emmy ceremony, and clearly people have not been doing that. Despite Entertainment Weekly putting out an article in January of this year listing the shows with the most Emmy awards, where they claim that Saturday Night Live has the most, with 84. They don't even clarify that they're talking about the primetime Emmys. They just say the Emmys with the implication of like, you know what we mean. The Daytime Emmy ceremonies themselves don't always insist on taking their own nominees and winners seriously. 2005 was the year that General Hospital first set that record for most wins in the daytime drama category, and I'm gonna play you the footage of that record-breaking win from the awards ceremony itself. But please know before I do that, I have not edited this at all. What I am about to show you is exactly what aired on live TV.
This is General Hospital's record-breaking 8th win and 18 nominations. They received previous Emmys in 1981, 1984, 95, 96, 97, 99, and 2000, and have won this award more than any other daytime drama in history.
Please wrap up now. Okay, we produce 1 hour of dramatic television every day, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year. And a lot of people in this room...
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
This is how soap operas are treated, even by their own people. So I get how a Todd Manning redemption arc happens. Why should a show act with any artistic integrity when the entire world around it refuses to show it any amount of dignity? These shows are encouraged to not take themselves seriously, to act like they don't have a worthwhile point of view on anything, because even when they do, it doesn't really matter. For a moment, Desperate Housewives was a shining example of what dramatic television aimed at women could be. It was smart, well-made, popular, provocative, and it won all the nice awards that acclaimed shows are supposed to win. Not at the Daytime Emmys or any sort of soap-specific awards ceremony, but the ones that get to count. The Primetime Emmys and the Golden Globes. In the same year, though, that the General Hospital executive producer was getting cut off mid-sentence as she collected a record-breaking Emmy win, Mark Cherry said something as he collected Desperate Housewives' first Golden Globe for Best Series, Comedy, or Musical that in retrospect feels instructive for the path Desperate Housewives would find itself on.
And I ended up at Paradigm, and Debbie Klein and Andy Patman read this script, and I said, I think it's pretty good, but no one wants to buy it. It's been turned down by every network. And they said, well, what are you doing wrong? And I said, well, I just tell them, hey, it's a satire. And they go, well, that's your problem. No one wants to do a satire. Call it a soap opera.
Despite the series premiering with record-breaking numbers along with critical acclaim, the public and the press always found some way to undermine Desperate Housewives' accomplishments and belittle its success. One of the first things was the media's incessant focus on any sort of behind-the-scenes scandal they could sensationalize in tabloid headlines. The most damning allegation to ever come from the set was Nicolette Sheridan's claim that Mark hit her on the head while shooting. And even that situation is complicated. I read into the legal case a lot, and I'm not going to go into all the details of it, because this video is long enough, but basically, she says he hit her, he said that he just tapped her on the head to demonstrate what he wanted her character to do in the scene, and from what I can tell, they're both telling the truth. There was some drama from like a month prior involving a table read that was being filmed for a bonus feature on the DVD. Remember DVDs? Then in between the table read and the filming of the episode, there was a line that got cut and replaced with Nicolette's character playfully hitting her husband on the head with a magazine, but Nicolette didn't like that change. She and Mark went back and forth about it on the set. They were both getting annoyed with one another. I think they both had reason to be annoyed with one another. And then it seems like when Mark's hand made contact with Nicolette's head, whether it was a hit or a tap, he was in fact demonstrating what he wanted her character to do, but because tensions were already so high, I imagine that Mark did it with some amount of evident frustration with Nicolette, and to her, it probably did feel like an assault, and arguably it was one. Even if Mark didn't hit her hard, he should have known better than to touch her at all in a moment in which they were clearly not getting along. But he apologized to Nicolette that day, they hugged in her trailer, he told her that he liked the way she had redecorated, and they seemed to move on. They were on good terms with each other for a couple months, even after the National Enquirer story first came out, but then ABC launched a joke of an investigation, Nicolette's character got killed off, and even though there is ample evidence that the writers were in fact planning to kill Nicolette's character off before the hitting incident, not even just with witness statements, but also like written documentation, ABC gave final approval for the plot while it was still being indicated to Nicolette that she was gonna be in the next season. And then a whole bunch of people knew that she was about to lose her job before she did, including 2 of her co-stars. And that all eventually turned into a legal dispute that might still be ongoing. There was a trial in 2012 that ended with a hung jury and then a judge dismissal. But then there was like a whole bunch of appeals and refilings and reverse decisions, and near as I can tell, it was still going as of 2018, but I don't know where it stands today. Mark was released from the lawsuit at one point, and it's really just against like ABC and Disney and all that now. But the whole thing just kind of like sucks. Especially with her co-stars knowing she wasn't having her contract renewed before she did, the way Nicolette was treated was not fair. But the larger media narrative around it became way more sensationalized than it ever needed to be. James Denton, who played Mike, told Entertainment Weekly around the series finale, "I absolutely loved working with Nicolette. She's fun to work with, which is why this whole lawsuit is such a bummer. Everything about it is a bummer." And that about sums it up. It was a bummer, but it was also representative of larger problems in the industry. Mark Cherry always had issues with boundaries. He was known for getting in actors' physical space on set and demonstrating what he wanted them to do during scenes. He allegedly used to pick Eva Longoria up and place her where he wanted her to stand while they were shooting. Considering he and Eva remain close to this day, I'm gonna assume that she didn't have any issues with that. But ABC absolutely knew that their hit series showrunner exhibited overbearing behaviors toward his cast, and they didn't do anything about it. Every piece of drama that's come from the Desperate Housewives set seems to have been the result of either normal human tension that's inevitable in any high-stress environment, or the structural failures of a highly profitable business where HR oversight is essentially non-existent and financially lucrative creators aren't held accountable to their staff by their employers. The show just wasn't ever a unique example of the toxicity in Hollywood, nor did it seem to be a particularly egregious one. Patty Lynn, for instance, said that she never experienced overt racism until she met Mark Cherry. The example she used for that was a time in which the writers were discussing Margaret Cho's sitcom All-American Family, a show about the experience of growing up in America as the daughter of Korean immigrant parents. Mark allegedly turned to Patty Lynn, whose parents immigrated from Taiwan, and told her that she should write a show like that. It was absolutely a racist microaggression, and Patty reasonably responded by telling Mark not to lump her and Margaret Cho together just because they're both Asian American women in show business. But according to a Vanity Fair article from last year as promo for another book about issues of power in Hollywood called Burn It Down by Maureen Ryan, in the writer's room of Lost, there was only one Asian American writer, and the other writers would reportedly refer to them as Korean as if that was their name. The Lost production was bad. The stories in that article make Desperate Housewives look wholesome by comparison. Like at one point, some of the people working on Lost apparently got uncomfortable with the office cleaning staff using their bathrooms, so they started making jokes about putting up a whites only sign. ABC absolutely knew about the problems on that series. They just didn't care, and neither did much of the show's audience. After leaving Lost, allegedly getting fired for confronting the series showrunners about the racist ways they were writing his character, actor Harold Perrineau apparently did an interview in which he called out the lack of development his character received, with much of that development being built around black stereotypes. ABC then allegedly pressured him to retract his statements, and Harold said he received backlash from a section of Lost's fans, telling Maureen Ryan, "Me mentioning the color of my skin, that just sent everybody off the rails. But societally, people so loved the show. They couldn't hear one thing against it." I'm not bringing up what happened on Lost as an excuse for anything that happened on Desperate Housewives. It was all bad. But that last statement from Harold does feel significant for how these two shows were treated culturally. So many of the issues which arose from the Desperate Housewives production became unbelievably public, often with a focus on interpersonal drama. It feels very fitting that the lawsuit filed by Nicolette was initially provoked by a National Enquirer story, because it was always tabloid fodder before anything else. When the trial began in 2012, every major entertainment news outlet was publishing updates from the courtroom as it happened, with plenty of the headlines having nothing to do with any alleged assault or ABC's awful handling of the conflicts on their set. A lot of it was stuff about how Eva Longoria and Felicity Huffman were allegedly relieved when Nicolette was let go, or how Nicolette apparently once said Terry Hatcher was really mean. Going through Nicolette's complaint filings, TMZ published an entire article about how when Nicolette and Mark attended Eva's wedding in 2007, Mark allegedly said that Eva's new husband must be gay because she has no tits and looks like a boy. Now that sounds pretty bad, but again, Eva and Mark are still friends to this day, so it's very possible that that was just the kind of humor they used with one another. And Eva actually addressed it during an appearance on Lopez Tonight in 2011, where she adds some pretty important context.
Yeah, I just saw that her deposition came out that Mark had said these mean things, but it was at my wedding, and Mark Cherry did a toast, and the toast was like a roast, so it makes fun of you. And
Right.
I don't know what she had said, but it was not anything close to what he had said.
And you laughed.
Everybody laughed. Like Popovich did a toast to Tony and roasted him too, you know.
Right.
So it wasn't like if you take a sentence out of context, you can always.
And that's what it is.
Yeah.
All right. That's what it is. In case you want to know, she just told you.
Yeah.
All right.
You're the first person to ask me about that. That's funny.
This guy not afraid of you.
Regardless, whatever Nicolette thought about what Mark said that day, it's still a pretty petty claim to write an entire article about. But that is just the type of coverage that the trial was getting. People wanted so badly to hear dirt about what was happening behind the scenes of Desperate Housewives that tabloids were parsing complaint filings, trying to find the juiciest gossip. And yet, when I tried to find discourse about the interview that Harold Perrineau did where he called out the racism on Lost, I couldn't find anything. I still don't even know what outlet he did the interview with or when it was published. That shit got so buried. Nobody cared about any behind-the-scenes disputes from that set. They liked the show and that was all that mattered. Desperate Housewives' reputation, though, was always being damaged by the media attention around it. A few years in, reports of drama amongst the cast were so thoroughly interwoven to the narrative of Desperate Housewives that rumors of on-set feuding became just as, if not more important to the show's cultural legacy as the series itself. The cast would go to award ceremonies where on the same stage that they were accruing accolades for their performances or the show's other accomplishments, they were also participating in bits which jokingly acknowledged how some of the actors didn't really like each other.
As the newest resident of Wisteria Lane, I would just like to say it truly is a lovely and welcoming neighborhood.
So it's only fitting that we're standing together to give an award for supporting actor, because from the beginning, the women of this show have been nothing but supportive of one another.
At Desperate Housewives, we are an ensemble, a team, and a family. God, you guys can really act.
But it's not exactly shocking that on a show with a cast of women who all got thrust into the spotlight immediately upon the show's premiere, sometimes there would be friction behind the scenes. And maybe those women wouldn't have fought so much in the first place if the rest of the world hadn't been so eager to watch them do it. If you actually read the Vanity Fair piece that became such a massive story, it's pretty clear that the entire fight on the set of that photo shoot was mostly the result of misunderstandings and miscommunication on the parts of ABC and the magazine itself.
According to the magazine, as they call him, an enabler employed by ABC, came to the photo shoot with a list of stipulations. The first being, quote, "Whatever you do not let Terry go to wardrobe first."
I never heard that before I read that article. So, I actually read the thing and I went, really? I'm not allowed in the wardrobe trailer before anybody else? I mean, it must kind of be true, but I didn't know.
James Denton told Entertainment Weekly in 2012, "There's no disputing that the Vanity Fair story happened, but it happened because these women were given this golden opportunity and they all knew they better make the most of it because Hollywood's very tough on women. It was just people going, oh my god, this is a huge hit, I better take advantage of it today, or I don't want it to be Terry's show because I need a job after this." That caused a lot of conflict, understandably. Doug Savant, who played Tom, and I'm gonna try to not hold that against him, also said in the Entertainment Weekly piece that he had been at that shoot that day and thought Vanity Fair set everything up in, quote, the most contentious way, saying, "It was one of the most inhospitable environments I've ever been in for a photo shoot." While Mark said about any behind-the-scenes scandals, Like any show, we had our days where people got upset at each other and there'd be a little backstage sniping. But I gotta say that the rumors of strife have been greatly exaggerated. It makes me sad because for most of the run of the show, we have been a happy family.
My curiosity now, like way after the fact, is the rumored gossipy stuff that no one got along. How much of it was factual and how much we would now see is just like this narrative about women that there's like no way these women could get
even
along.
Back then it was a narrative about women because there was all these shows with men on the air and nobody was like, they're fighting.
Exactly.
What is it? Dylan McDermott's fighting. Like, I don't know what shows were on, but I was a baby too. Like Felicity and Marsha and Terry had all had hit shows. They all had such a better handle on fame, on that narrative. I'm like, you guys are saying we're fighting. They're like, well, that's just a narrative that they do on women because we're over 40 in a television show. And I was like, yeah. I wasn't even that smart to understand that. But people ask me that a lot. Are like, were you guys really fighting? I was like, God, I forgot that was a thing. It was a thing. It was a big thing.
Yeah. I don't think I was savvy enough, though, at the time to recognize, oh, this is what they do every time.
To women.
To women.
There is something pretty significant about the Vanity Fair piece, though. There's really two major stories being weaved in and out from one another throughout the article. One is the story of the drama. Terry Hatcher arriving on set too early, an employee of the network clashing with the magazine staff, blah, blah, blah. The other is the actual interviews with the cast, most of which were completed separately, and all of which seemed focused on the same thing. Some variation of the question, what do you think about your show being labeled a soap opera? None of the actors seemed exceptionally bothered by it, not surprising as quite a few of them came from the soap world, but they all expressed the sentiment that the categorization was limiting to the series' ambitions, with James saying, "For me, it's just the connotation. When you hear soap opera, usually it's not positive. I don't think it's usually a compliment when people say it's a nighttime soap." And he's right. There's nothing wrong with soap operas necessarily, but they do have a bad cultural reputation. Whether the categorization was appropriate or not, calling Desperate Housewives a soap opera was always a tool to undermine the series. And the Vanity Fair article is obsessed with sticking that label to the show. It opens hinting at some behind-the-scenes Desperate Housewives dirt readers will soon get to learn about, while saying that it's a soap opera within a soap opera that satirizes soap operas. It all feels so designed to stick it to the show in some way. To say, you might be the biggest hit network TV has seen in years, but don't think the world is ever gonna take you seriously as anything other than a soap opera. And in fact, it often felt like the only times people were taking Desperate Housewives seriously was when they were finding ways to blame it for all of society's ills. Like the AFA declaring that it was teaching women the wrong things about housewifery and complaining that its ads were too sexy, or the FCC threatening to make a federal case out of a provocative NFL skit in front of a football game where men beat the shit out of each other for a couple hours, and then some of them go home and beat their wives too. However sexual that skit was, I just feel like there are bigger things to worry about in mainstream sports culture than Nicolette Sheridan dropping her towel in front of Terrell Owens. And of course, there was the Desperate Housewives effect, or Desperate Housewives syndrome, where a whole bunch of people, including academics, began associating the series with rising cases of eating disorders amongst adult women. And here's the thing about that one. On the surface, it maybe seems like the most reasonable moral panic to come out of Desperate Housewives' popularity. Eating disorders are a problem. Media consumption does seem to contribute to people's mental health in that regard. And Desperate Housewives definitely has problems in how it upholds modern beauty standards. But we never actually knew that there was an increase in adult women developing eating disorders during that time. We just knew that there were more women over 30 seeking treatment for eating disorders, which you could interpret as more women having them, but it seems more likely to me that by the late 2000s and early 2010s, we were all just more culturally aware that eating disorders do exist, as toxic dieting culture became increasingly less normalized. So more women were probably just getting diagnosed and seeking treatment for issues that they likely had for a while. I don't think that's a bad thing, and I also don't think Desperate Housewives had anything to do with it. The whole conversation is just frustrating because while yes, Desperate Housewives contains some disgusting rhetoric regarding women's bodies and beauty standards, as a lot of media during that time did, it wasn't like the thing people were complaining about was the stuff actually being said on the show. The entire Desperate Housewives effect thing was all just about how thin the actresses were. It just feels like a very covert effort to both find another way to scrutinize those women, basically just for existing at that point, and also delegitimize a big achievement for the series by convincing the women who were already enjoying it that it was somehow bad for them, that they were actively being harmed and made more mentally ill by watching it. See, one of the reasons Desperate Housewives was so culturally significant and low-key groundbreaking for the time was that it was a network show starring 4 women, 5 including Nicolette, where only one of those women was under the age of 40. For actresses in the mid-2000s, turning 40 was like the kiss of death for a thriving career. And ABC originally wanted to use younger actresses. They told Mark and the other producers that only Bree's character was allowed to be over 40, despite Mark believing the show wouldn't work with a younger cast. Casting Marcia, Nicolette, Terry, and Felicity to leading roles was a risk the producers took that Mark believes the network only looked the other way on because the actresses they cast were all so beautiful. Desperate Housewives was doing something progressive for the time by allowing its female leads to be an appropriate age for their characters while still being shown with the same glamour as younger Hollywood starlets. They were women in their 40s who got to be seen as sexual beings on mainstream primetime network TV. But anyone even slightly uncomfortable with that or the show's overall success got this easy out to go, yeah, but the show's still bad because all the actors are really skinny. You know, unlike all the other actors on every other show in the 2000s. And that was an attitude used to undermine the series long before any eating disorder statistics got involved. Writing for The Guardian in January of 2006, Rachel Cook lambasted both Desperate Housewives and the women that liked it, saying, "What I'm wondering is, why do so many intelligent women enjoy Desperate Housewives? Doesn't it irk them? Don't they feel it's backward-looking? Has it never occurred to them that if Terry Hatcher gets any thinner, the other housewives will be able to use her to floss their teeth?" I don't know, Rachel. Did it never occur to you that I don't base my enjoyment of a TV show on the apparent weight of its actors like you apparently do? Which, by the way, I don't think is the feminist serve that you seem to think it is. Rachel Cook's article has a very not like other girls vibe. She even specifically brings up how other women's enjoyment of the series makes her feel like she's in high school again, liking all the right things, while all her female classmates were big dumb idiots who didn't know what was good for them. And she admits that she was prejudiced against the series the second she saw the title, saying it was enough to set her teeth on edge. Little did Rachel know she had about 2 months before some other shows with some very similar titles were about to burst onto the scene and transform reality TV. I hope she survived. A lot of feminists had issues with Desperate Housewives from the start, though, kinda due to the name. The idea that a network TV show starring 4 to 5 talented and powerful women was dominating primetime and making gigantic waves in the larger cultural landscape, yet was about housewives instead of all the other more empowered versions of women there can be, was enough for many to challenge the idea that the show's success was anything to be celebrated. The social and political discourse surrounding Desperate Housewives was exhausting, with people constantly arguing about, is it feminist? Is it anti-feminist? Is it post-feminist? Is it post-post-feminist? Can I still like it if Terry Hatcher is too skinny? And I know it's ironic coming from a video that is doing a feminist critique of the series, but we know we can just enjoy stuff, right? We can like stuff, we can hate stuff, we can like stuff but acknowledge its flaws, we can hate stuff but acknowledge what other people must like about it. But we don't need to evaluate the feminism of every single piece of media that garners a largely female audience just to decide whether or not we're allowed to like it or whether or not the women who do like it secretly hate themselves. Do you think men are putting the media made for them under that kind of scrutiny? No, of course not, despite the fact that a lot of their shit is worse. And I get why we do this. I get why we ask the media aimed at us to be better, especially because a lot of it is pretty vile. But a lot of the time, we start our nitpicking before the media being offered to us even has a chance of being that harmful. Rachel Cook had issues with Desperate Housewives before she watched it because she didn't like the title. Just like in 2010, Tanya Gold wrote a piece for Telegraph about Sex and the City where she writes, "Be warned, sister. Sex and the City is to feminism what sugar is to dental care." The first clue is in the opening credits of the television show. Carrie is standing in a New York street in a ballet skirt, the sort that toddlers wear. Okay. Fuck off, Tanya. She is dressed unmistakably as a child. And because she's a sex columnist for a newspaper, a bus wearing a huge photo of her in a tiny dress trundles past. Carrie Bradshaw knows good sex, says the bus. And there, before any dialogue hits your ears, you have the two woeful female archetypes that Sex and the City loves. Woman as sex object, and woman as child. Okay, so the last video I made on this channel was about the Kim Kardashian mobile app and what it represented in the longer history of women in gaming. There is some overlapping themes here with that history and with the history of women on TV. Historically, the video game industry has been male-dominated despite women being shown to play video games at roughly the same rate that men do. But because the video game industry has long prioritized games and marketing campaigns aimed at boys, girly games have been marginalized to the point that the girls' games movement of the 90s and early 2000s only had one singular goal: get more girls playing games so that the larger industry will take them seriously as a demographic. To do that, the people manufacturing those games made titles based purely off of market research. They did studies to figure out what girls liked, what gaming elements they responded the most to, and then they made games from that data, which arguably marginalized the girls' gaming market further by presenting female-focused media as a blatant product rather than an artistic endeavor. As boy game developers got to take big risks and become increasingly ambitious with their output, girls' games looked childish and uninspired by comparison, because the girls' gaming market was in an infancy phase where proving their potential popularity was all that mattered. As many feminists pointed out, girls' games' over-reliance on pink, hyper-feminine aesthetics could present girlhood in very limiting terms with an emphasis on gendered stereotypes. However, constantly deriding those games for not being feminist enough did not make it easier for girls' games developers to make stuff with greater ambitions. And now we're at this spot with video game culture where, even though women have been shown to play games just as much as men, the fact that most of us are dominantly playing poorly made mobile games, especially ones trying to psychologically manipulate us into microtransactions, is enough for the boy-dominated gaming community to just dismiss those statistics by being like, well, the games men are playing are serious works of art that are more intricately designed than any of the shitty mobile apps that women are playing, so those women don't really count as real gamers. Even though the only reason we're playing shitty mobile apps is because the industry wouldn't take women seriously enough to make better games for us in the first place. It's just this endless cycle of women's media sucks, so we don't need to take it seriously, and then no one takes women's media seriously, so it doesn't really matter if it sucks. And that absolutely applies to TV too, even if to a much lesser extent. Women do watch more TV than men on average, and that shouldn't really be a surprise considering gender stratification is mostly made on the lines of the public and the private sphere. Men go outside and do stuff, women stay inside and do stuff, and TVs are usually inside. Low-key, when men watch TV, especially network TV, they're kind of on our turf, and yet, when you look at the lists of the greatest TV shows of all time, they are weirdly heavy in testosterone. It's shows like Breaking Bad, Mad Men, The Wire, The Sopranos, Game of Thrones, MASH, Lost. It's all stuff that women can watch and enjoy, and plenty of those shows do carry some feminist themes, but they're all clearly made from a masculine perspective because that perspective is one that we've been socially trained to see as superior. In Drew Gooden's Lost video, one of the main things he brings up about why Lost is such a good show is that it looks and acts more like a movie than TV.
Nowadays, it's super common for shows to feel like a series of short movies with high budgets and these big ensemble casts, but Lost was doing this on ABC, the same network that was premiering Wife Swap.
And that's cool. It does look very good. And watching Drew's video, I am closer to watching Lost than I ever have been in my life. But there is something a bit prejudicial baked into this larger cultural idea that many people have adopted, which says that TV shows are better the more they resemble movies and not TV. The fact that Lost resembled a film that one would normally have to go out to a theater into the public sphere to see premiere automatically made it a series that people were going to take more seriously than Desperate Housewives, a show which resembled a soap opera, which one could comfortably watch within their own home, in their private sphere. There's something else Drew says about Lost that I think highlights another important difference between these two shows.
It's almost as if the creators knew that Lost could be more appreciated as time went on, because they made a couple important decisions to help future-proof the show.
So as part of my research, I did read Patty Lynn's book, End Credits: How I Broke Up with Hollywood. I was just going to read the parts about Desperate Housewives, but I thought, while I'm here, might as well read the whole thing. And by read, I mean listen to the audiobook. She talks about working on a whole bunch of different shows, some of which were fine. The Writer's Room for Freaks and Geeks had pretty positive vibes, for example, which is nice to hear. But of course, Patty had plenty of negative experiences. One of those being on the writer's staff of Breaking Bad, where apart from the racism thing, Vince Gilligan, Breaking Bad's showrunner, seems to share a lot of similarities to Mark Cherry. In fact, Patty brings up multiple times that working on Breaking Bad was reminiscent to working on Desperate Housewives. And I was curious to see what kind of headlines got published about what she wrote about working on each respective series, and unsurprisingly, they were pretty different. The headlines about Desperate Housewives are very specific in their allegations, things like, Desperate Housewives writer claims she experienced overt racism from creator Mark Cherry, or former Desperate Housewives writer claims staff avoided eye contact with Terry Hatcher, whereas a majority of the things written about Breaking Bad say things like, Breaking Bad writer details difficult experience working with Vince Gilligan, or former Breaking Bad writer reveals her turbulent experience working for creator Vince Gilligan. That's already kinda telling. But while doing those Google searches, I came across an article by Dustin Rolls written in response to Patty Lynn's claims called In Defense of Vince Gilligan. The whole thing is like, yeah, Patty's experiences are unfortunate, but a lot of other people who worked for Vince had very good experiences. And he helped a lot of people's careers. And he was really complimentary of other people's work and always shared credit for the show's accomplishments. And also it makes sense that Vince could be a dick sometimes because it was his first show as a showrunner, so he is probably really stressed out. And literally every single defense that Dustin makes for Vince Gilligan could all be applied to Mark Cherry. I mean, Mark did technically work as an executive producer on a couple sitcoms before, but they all got canceled like immediately. Desperate Housewives was his first hit show as a showrunner and his first hour-long drama, so I'm sure he was stressed out too. In fact, I actually think Mark had more reason to be stressed out than Vince, because Breaking Bad wasn't even a very big show when it first came out. Desperate Housewives was breaking records the day it premiered. Might have been a little more pressure on Mark's shoulders at the time. But no one's writing articles in defense of Mark Cherry. Nobody cares. In fact, in the intro, Dustin writes, "You may have read something about the book. Lynn was the writer who said that the Friends cast would deliberately tank jokes, and she had a few choice words for Mark Cherry, the showrunner on Desperate Housewives. Lynn also singled out, of all people, Vince Gilligan, with whom she worked for one season, the first on Breaking Bad." And that just says a lot, doesn't it? Mark Cherry is fair game. You can talk shit about him all you want and we won't investigate further. But the wonderful and talented Vince Gilligan, of all people? You've got some fucking nerve, Patty. As much as I find this article to be obnoxious and just so completely unnecessary, though, the author is clearly a massive Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul fan who claims to have spent the better part of a decade listening to podcasts about those shows and reading into every bit of behind-the-scenes info he could find on them, and I get it. I love watching Vince Gilligan and other members of the cast and crew from those shows talk about the process of creating each episode. Those writers were so intentional with everything they did. They put thought and care and time into their work, and it shows. Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul are great shows, but they're great in a way that couldn't be done without writers and producers that knew they were in the running for something. Like Drew Gooden claims Lost was future-proofing their episodes, Breaking Bad feels like a series made by folks who were aware that if they did everything right, their show could forever be considered one of the greatest of all time. It would have a legacy that lived long past the airing of the finale. Desperate Housewives in every soap before and after it was never that ambitious, or never consistently that ambitious. Because even when they were great, they were never in the running. Desperate Housewives was always treated as something that shouldn't have been as popular as it was, so why try to make it something that still holds up after a decade off air? A storyline like the Fairview Strangler arc that is so rife with hypocrisy against the rest of the series' themes couldn't happen on a show like Breaking Bad. Not because all the people working on Breaking Bad were just that much better at their jobs. It's because the people working on Breaking Bad felt the expectation to take the things they were doing seriously way more than the folks working on Desperate Housewives ever did. There's something so condescending about the way that Desperate Housewives' gender demographics were discussed in its first month. Like, yeah, it was unusual that so many men were watching a show that was clearly geared toward women, but the theories about them watching it because it was a babe show or because their girlfriends liked it was just patronizing and kinda mean. It's like it never even occurred to people that so many men could have been watching the show because it was popular and good and they liked it. There had to be some alternative reason that downplayed the show's quality. Then within a few months of the series premiering, the feminist publication Ms. Magazine published a cover story on the show, emblazoning its spring 2005 issue with the words, "Desperate Housewives, do we hate it or secretly love it?" Hate it or secretly love it? Those are the options? It was a TV show starring women over 40, aimed at adult women, that was garnering critical acclaim, sweeping at award shows, and crushing in its ratings so hard that it was being credited with revitalizing an entire network, which was about to give up the most popular network program with men ages 18 to 49 just to accommodate its preferred time slot. And the best it could be seen as was something that we could secretly love. Sometimes I think that a large collection of TV commentators were actually excited about the fact that season 2 wasn't as good as season 1. It gets brought up in interviews directly to the cast or Mark Cherry's face so often, it feels like people were definitely trying to rub it in.
And I remember being on the red carpet at the DVD release of season 2, which was, we still won a Golden Globe for. It was still a hit show, but people kind of criticized season 2. And I remember this reporter going, "What do you think about season 2 being not as good as season 1?" And I go, "Oh, well, I actually like season 1." And then I would go to another reporter and they go, "What do you think about season 2 not being as good as season 1?" And I go, "Oh, I actually like season 2. And then by the third reporter, I was in tears. I'm like, "You guys are being so mean."
Truly, season 2 is not as bad as its reputation suggests, especially if you're a Brie stan. But the fact that it wasn't as good as season 1 wasn't merely held against the show within the era that it was airing. To this day, it continues to be brought up as if it singularly brought about the downfall of the entire show. I'm not the first person to ponder why Desperate Housewives doesn't get the acknowledgement it deserves as being one of the most popular and influential shows of the 2000s. However, when other people have tried to provide an explanation for how the series got so left behind within 21st century media discourse, one of the most popular arguments is that the show was just only actually good during its first season. And no? I guess it's all a matter of opinion ultimately. Maybe there are people who think that the show's first season was its only good one, but that's never been the majority opinion of the folks who were actually watching it. Up until season 6, Desperate Housewives was consistently ranking as one of the top 10 highest rated programs in the country. For season 4, it was the highest rated scripted series. And from season 3 until its finale in 2012, it was the most watched comedy series internationally. Season 2 did not ruin people's enjoyment of Desperate Housewives. It was one of the most popular shows on TV, not just in America, but in the world, well after 2005. And the reviews for the show up until season 6 were dominantly positive, especially for season 3. The critic consensus that year was that the show had done something really remarkable in coming back so strong after an evident sophomore slump. A review from dailynews.com wrote at the time, "Rarely does a show unjump the shark this well." And that was the dominant sentiment while the show was airing. Deciding that season 2 ruined Desperate Housewives' legacy is just a complete rewriting of history, which in addition to being inaccurate, also doesn't really make a whole lot of sense contextually. In 2019, a writer for The Guardian proposed a slightly different theory with an article entitled "Mother's Ruin: How a Flying Fence Killed Desperate Housewives." This time, blame for the series' lack of ongoing cultural reverence is put onto the back half of season 5, which is at least an easier to support thesis, given that both the show's ratings and the positive response it had been receiving from critics had significantly declined for seasons 6 through 8. Season 5 being identified as the moment the show truly jumped the shark makes more sense than pinning everything onto season 2. But I still think that severely overemphasizes the show's bad moments as a method to excuse the ways so many media commenters have disregarded the series' overall impact. For one thing, season 7 is fine. I am aware that I appear to be in the minority opinion on this, because a lot of people do rank the 7th season as one of the series' worst, but I think most of that comes down to two main factors. It does, for one thing, drop the ball in the second half, though really it's not even the second half. I'd say the good section of the season extends past its official midway point, but once the show starts missing, it continues to miss by some pretty wide margins that are impossible to ignore. At least there was a plausible explanation for why that season started so strong and ended so bad, though. For years, Mark Cherry had been adamant that the show was going to end in its 7th season. He said it over and over again throughout the series' run in interviews going back as far as 2007. He was very upfront about the fact that he had a contract to make the show up until 2011, and he had no intention of renewing his deal for any further seasons after that. Nor did he want to give another showrunner control of the series. Season 7 was supposed to be the finale, and that was still very much the plan when the show first started premiering in 2010. Or rather, it was Mark's plan. Because while Mark was adamant that the show end with Season 7, ABC was adamant that they continue to make lots and lots of money. Even if Desperate Housewives had fallen in the rankings after year 5, it was still a hit show which was, above all else, continuously profitable. Whatever finale Mark had originally been working toward had to be tossed once the network made it clear that they were making an 8th and a 9th season whether or not Mark was on board.
My original plan was to end it after season 7. And because the show continues to do pretty well in the ratings, I kind of got the sense of ABC was not going to let me close the show down.
And they did. Well, not the 9th. They did have all the actors contracted for it when season 8 went into production, but they nixed that plan shortly before the season actually started airing. There was never a specific reason given for why ABC changed their mind about going into a 9th year, but my personal theory is that people at the network saw the product that was being churned out from the set of season 8 and decided it was best to just cut their losses there. It's not hard to figure out why season 8 flopped, though, if you actually look into the production. Mark Cherry stepped down as the series showrunner. I don't think a lot of people realize this because I never see it getting brought up, but in its final year, Mark was not Desperate Housewives' executive producer anymore. He continued to receive some writing credits, but really just because it was the characters in the universe that he created, and he was the main writer for the final episode, but his primary role that year was as a series consultant. And I don't think whoever was running things was consulting him that much, since season 8 is by far the most disconnected the series had ever been from its roots. It didn't even look like the same program anymore. They clearly changed the cameras and lighting setup significantly, robbing the show of its iconic aesthetic, while the housewives' clothing started to get way too modern and basic and boring, and the script literally started violating the rules of the show. Previously, Desperate Housewives had been really intentional in how it created this sort of uncanny, timeless suburban vibe, where you technically know the show takes place in the 2000s and 2010s, mostly because of the tombstones. But there's a lot about the writing as well as the set and costume design that works to make Wisteria Lane feel like it doesn't exist within a specific era. Mark used to say the show takes place in a place that doesn't quite exist in a time that never was. And it is very successful in achieving that. One of the things the writers did to prevent dating the show to any specific time was decide that they would avoid making any kind of topical reference. That's not something you necessarily notice while it's happening. When I watched the show, I never had the thought, why haven't they talked about Paris Hilton yet? But when you do 7 years of deliberately keeping the setting and time period vague, to suddenly in its final year containing scenes like this...
So now what?
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what you can't do. Give up. Taylor Swift has a song. You Belong With Me. It's about how she won't stop loving this guy even though he's with the wrong girl. And when she sang it tonight, all I could think about was you and Dad.
And this guy she loves, does he eventually come to his senses?
It wouldn't be a very good video if he didn't.
It's immediately apparent that that dialogue doesn't quite fit into this universe. It feels strange and out of place, like poorly executed product placement. It's just dumb and it shouldn't be there. Also, I resent the implication that Taylor Swift would want Lynette to get back together with Tom. Like, that's insane. Anyway, in addition to its last batch of episodes being pretty not great, I think a big part of the reason that season 7 doesn't get the respect it maybe deserves is that it got sandwiched between the two worst seasons of the entire show. And people have a habit of taking the bad aspects of Desperate Housewives and using them to just paint over and obscure all the stuff that the show was actually good at. It strikes me as a little naive to think that the reason Desperate Housewives has been largely forgotten by time is because it, at some point during its run, got kinda bad. Lots of shows that are more fondly remembered that get included in listicles declaring them to be some of the greatest of all time also got kinda bad after a while. The last 2 seasons of Game of Thrones are infamously trash. The second half of Twin Peaks' second season is basically unwatchable. At this point, The Simpsons has probably had more meh episodes than good ones. Most people agree that Saturday Night Live hasn't been consistently funny in years, if not decades. And as I understand it, a lot of people didn't love the way that Lost ended. Having a few bad years usually doesn't damn a TV show's legacy, as long as it was a show that had its accomplishments widely acknowledged at some point during or after its run. When a series has its accomplishments undermined in so many different ways by so many different people, however, I do think that that can damn a show to never live up to its full potential. I think it's so telling that Mark called the Fairview Strangler arc his version of Who Shot JR, when that's not at all an apt comparison for the storyline, just for him and the other writers to craft another arc the following year that actually is an effective Who Shot JR mystery. The contrast in quality between basically the entirety of Season 6 and the beginning of Season 7 is stark in a way that proves to me Season 6 wasn't the terrible output of writers that didn't know what they were doing anymore. It was the terrible output of writers that didn't care. And I don't 100% blame them for that. Just weeks after Desperate Housewives' premiere, the New York Times ran a piece profiling Mark and the show with the final paragraph writing, "Although reviews for the show have been positive, there have been some criticisms that the series is hardly feminist because most of the women on it seem to need men to define themselves." Okay, if by most of the women you mean Susan, then sure. The show is actually a love letter to all the women out there who have issues and are trying their best to be stay-at-home moms, Mr. Cherry said. They are smart gals, he laughed. Besides, what I hear from everybody is that the show is a guilty pleasure. Then around the time of the series finale, Today ran a piece which asked the question, exactly what is the legacy of Desperate Housewives? It follows that up with a quote from Mark a few months prior when asked about the influence the show had had, to which he responded, "I just hope whatever impact it has had socially, it's a positive one. Although the first season someone called and said, did you know that since Desperate Housewives premiered, rates of anorexia in women over 40 have gone up? It was like, oh, I'm so proud." It was clearly being communicated to the show's creative leads pretty much immediately that whatever they did with the series, it wasn't ever gonna be good enough for people to stop dismissing it as mindless entertainment at best or an actual force for evil at worst. The most frustrating moments on Desperate Housewives were never the ones in which it was failing to be great. It was the ones in which it just wasn't trying to be. When it was airing plotlines that were blatantly hypocritical or ones that just didn't make sense because that's what the writers thought people wanted from them. It was a show that constantly squandered its potential and undermined its own legacy under the assumption that it wouldn't have one, even while it was the biggest series on television. It does have a legacy, though. It might be one that gets less acknowledgement than it deserves, but it still is undoubtedly one of the most influential shows of the 2000s, and people do still talk about it to some degree. I somewhat regularly see tweets referencing Desperate Housewives on Twitter. It's probably just my algorithm, but the tweets do get a fair amount of engagement, so clearly I'm not the only one. I've also started following some Desperate Housewives fan accounts on Instagram that are still very active. The Desperate Housewives subreddit is surprisingly poppin' for a show that ended over 10 years ago, and over the last year or two, a handful of YouTubers have started popping up making Desperate Housewives themed content. It does kind of pain me that I have seen at least 2 of those YouTubers now refer to Desperate Housewives as like Pretty Little Liars, despite Pretty Little Liars being very deliberately like Desperate Housewives, which came first and also inspired the entire existence of Pretty Little Liars. It's fine, it just makes me feel kinda old, even though I'm pretty sure all those YouTubers are only like a few years younger than me, if not my age. But they're all watching Desperate Housewives for the first time now, whereas I watched it for the first time while it was airing. Not since 2004, I came in like midway through, but I watched it for the same reason that I watched a lot of other shows at the time, including General Hospital. My mom liked it. When I found out that women watch more TV than men on average, I wasn't surprised at all. I was like, yeah, that matches up with my personal experience exactly. My mom isn't even a housewife. She has a full-time job, and she watches more TV than any person I have ever met. I never finished Pretty Little Liars, but she did. And she's constantly trying to get me to watch some other show she's fallen in love with. Like recently, there's some Amazon Prime show called Them that I guess she likes, and she's been really insistent in the past couple months about some Hulu miniseries called Under the Bridge. The big one though is Atlanta. I don't know what hold that show has on her, but it has been years and she will not let up about Atlanta. And then, I told her a few months ago that I had started watching Atlanta, and she told me that I needed to bust out Atlanta so that I could watch all of Succession before The Handmaid's Tale came back for its finale. I just don't know how she thinks I can watch all these shows, and I don't understand how she's doing it either. But while I do think that my mom watches more TV than the average woman, her ability to consume so much content and then try to bring other people along with her so that she can talk about it is very representative of how a lot of women interact with the media they enjoy. Private spheres don't just encompass individual households, they're also small social circles. The staff at General Hospital, the neighbors of Wisteria Lane, the audience of YouTube channels, or the members of niche subreddits. It's sad that a show like Desperate Housewives can be so popular and so influential for so many years, yet still be so ignored in larger cultural discussions about TV's greatest and most influential shows. But I guess soap operas just aren't meant for critical acclaim or mainstream widespread recognition anyway. They're for the girls and the gays to get together in small communities and gab about with one another whether or not the rest of the world thinks the things we like are silly. It'd be nice if the stuff made for us didn't occasionally imply that rape is sexy or incels are justified in killing women as long as they had a really mean mommy, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Desperate Housewives was a great show. It wasn't as great as it could have been, but it was also never as appreciated as it should have been. And low-key hating the shit we also very much love is just the burden we bear as fans of highly feminized media. So why did Mark Cherry go from deciding he had something meaningful to say about the experiences of wives and mothers which showed those women empathy as human beings who have flaws that don't define them, to then writing a serial killer arc where violence against women is excused through the implication that a mother's mistakes are the root of all evil? Because who cares? It's a soap opera. At least it's still fun to talk about. And for the record, I did text my mom, and she said that Desperate Housewives is better than Lost, so...
And finally, last but not least, During my really rough time, my mom gave me financial support, she gave me emotional support, she did everything a mom was supposed to do, but she did one other thing. She gave me the idea for a hit TV show. Now that's good parenting. Thank you, Mama. This is for you. Thank you. We were at my mom's condo in Orange County watching coverage of the Andrea Yates trial. And I just, was watching this horrific tale on TV, and I turned to my mother and I said, gosh, can you imagine a woman being so desperate that she would hurt her own children? And my mom took her cigarette out of her mouth and turned to me and said, yeah, I've been there. And
I didn't
for the
do it that way.